Let's have a conversation. Stop all that faking and hating and lead to separation. You said you ain't see no link for the hash in his video. I'll send it to you.
I have a question. What's your name? I don't know your name.
It's
That's Brother Stamp. Your name is what?
Crubble. It's spelled K Rebel.
K Rebel?
Yes, ma'am.
Wait, I think I listened to your music. K Rebel. That name sounds very familiar. K Rebel, I wanted to ask you, okay, so like you guys are talking to me, right? And then it was something that flashed, like somebody tried to infiltrate with a negative message, right? But it's not in our chat, and it's not on my phone. So how can I block that person? And like the message came really big and then it went away, but you guys don't have it in your chat and it's not in my phone. So how do I block them? Do you know?
You say
I know
like
I sound crazy, but that's what happened.
you say it was like a message, like a notification on your screen specifically.
Yes, but it didn't come in the chat. It was like be careful, sis. They're full of crap, which was like that was what the message was. So
Like
I
it
went,
was in
but
your
you guys don't
newsfeed?
have it in your chat.
Oh, it was in your inbox.
Yeah. How do I block? Well, I don't know yet because I didn't go to inbox, but it just flashed across my phone, but I don't even know who that was. So how can I block them?
Yeah, when you get out live, it's gonna be in your inbox. So you would just go to your
Oh.
page and block it. Yeah,
Oh.
y'all heard that, y'all? We got people sending messages saying
Thank you.
don't believe them. They full of it. At the end of the day, when you join your pastor, did somebody come tell you not to believe the liar? No. All we doing is
How they say amen. Oh, sorry.
all we doing is establishing a government for righteousness. What is there not to believe? And we telling you the truth about everything we doing. We're not telling you things gonna happen 10 years later down the line, the sky go crack. We're not telling you the hocus pocus. We telling you real life. We showing you how we suffering, and we showing what we doing about the problem. What is there not to believe? We were telling the truth. All we doing is telling the truth.
Wait, that's K Rebel. Wait, it's K Rebel and Stamps. Hold on. They started over here. That's
Oh yeah, Julian, I send that link to your inbox for the hacks. So whenever you get off the live, just check it out.
okay. Brother Stamp
You
and
did.
K Rebel. That's K Rebel. Okay, I'm not gonna forget. K Rebel. I know what Brother Stamp looks like. I know who Brother Ed is. I know Brother Dan. Remember Brother Ed. Don't forget. Brother Ed.
And like my brother say, y'all, we not here to sell you a dream. And if we is selling you a dream, you wouldn't have to go and tell the next man, hey, they selling you a dream, because the fruit's gonna show. You know this tree by the fruit it bears. So if we truly selling a dream, I shouldn't have to come tell you. Even if I do tell you and you don't take it, I must dust my shoes and keep going. You're gonna see it at the end of the day. If it's truly rotten. So the truth really don't have to convince you. The truth just gonna be the truth. The lie gonna try to convince you from looking at the truth. That's just like the people who come in our comments saying that we a lie. We this, we that, and the third. But y'all watch us every time we come up. Why? Because the people who you went to give you truth ain't really gave you nothing.
Or
let
you
me.
wouldn't be seeking for anything else.
Exactly.
Oh, wait, you can still hear me? Sorry.
But like the sister said, if you really got truth, you wouldn't be seeking for anything else because the truth gonna set you free. The truth don't gotta keep teaching you. Like she said earlier, I don't have to relearn that because it's understood now. So if they was truly bringing you understanding, you wouldn't have to keep coming back. And my phone died. I wanted to bring the.
You are newborn angel. What's he talking about?
Where is that? Where is that? Yes. Nigga, true.
Justice is their surname now.
Brother, how you doing? How you doing? That didn't last too long.
It was a mistake. Wow. You don't play no video on YouTube?
Huh?
Go to YouTube, play a video.
Is Ed still there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Ed, wasn't it you who was teaching me about, is it the parables of Timothy? Do you remember?
I can't recall, sis. Refresh my memory. What did you learn?
Oh, oh my goodness. It was so it was so weird. But we were reading, let me make sure I know what I'm talking about. Because I remember. We were reading the parables of Timothy, right? Or maybe it was Danny and somebody, or you and Danny. It was one of the brothers. We were reading the parables of Timothy. This don't make no sense that the T on my laptop still doesn't work. So let's see if they're gonna help me. Right? It should exist. Timothy. Shoot. Come on. Timothy. Whatever, I'll get it together. So in the parables of Timothy, they what I can't, that's why I want to reference it, because then it'll come back to me. What I was learning was so weird because I was involved with an individual that I shouldn't been involved with at the time. And as I was being taught by you brothers about the parables of Timothy, it was like it was like unfolding in my household with the individual that I shouldn't be with, and you guys caught on and we all started laughing. But shoot, I gotta get it. I'm gonna look it up. Come on, there's another way I'm gonna get it. Hold on. Oh, I know exactly what to do.
Now you've been up all night. Did you get some sleep?
No. No, actually, when I first logged in to the live platform, I was a little tired because I had to like a 18-hour shift, but I didn't sleep yesterday. But last night when I heard you guys, I was excited and I was listening, but I know I fell asleep listening. I just can't remember what time. And then at 6 o'clock in the morning, somebody else's live was on my laptop, which is so strange because it should have been set to you guys. So then when I heard the music, I went back to set it to you guys, and I've been on here since. That was around 6:30 or 7.
That's around the time I got off too, around 6. And that's when Danny got on.
Yes, and the voice, because I never seen him in person, but the voice. I said, I know that's Danny. I know. And then I've been up ever since. But I think I slept 4 hours in maybe, it's not good, but I slept maybe 4 hours in 2 days. 2 days. So I'm going to take a nap later. But yeah, and the 4 hours just happened to be prior to me getting on at 6.
Get you a good nap in, sis.
Yeah, I need sleep.
Yeah. Because that's how you're going to get everything. You can't be mentally fatigued and physically fatigued and think you're going to hold on to it. But I'm glad you
That
took it.
part.
I'm glad you're here. So that's good, sis.
I'm so excited to be here. Y'all have no idea.
We're excited to have you.
Yeah, I gotta get this.
That's right.
Did you have time to take out the petition, sis?
No, I still haven't moved from you guys except for looking up the verses in the Bible. But you're right. Let me do that now. Right?
Make sure you take a look at that, sis, because that's huge. That's how you show your support for your people, too. Take a look at it. But don't sign unless you feel compelled to do so.
Wait, I think I signed it the first time. Should I sign it again? You signed it more than once?
Nah.
I should sign it again, right?
Nah.
I'm gonna double check, but I think it was 6 months ago. But I think, hold on, let me.
What's today? Tuesday? Yeah. Hey y'all. For the people who would like to get their bodies together, you can be on a journey with us. We taking 3 days out the week to go raw. Tuesday is the raw day. I think we said Tuesday through Thursday.
He ain't raw today.
So we not really just preaching, we practicing what we preaching. We getting our bodies together. So we taking 3 days out the week to go raw vegan, and the other days out the week, we do regular vegan, cooked vegan. Good. So if y'all would like to join us on our journey, y'all can be a part of that as well.
I ain't gonna lie, y'all. See, he said we practice what we preach. Kind of already messed up today, so I'm gonna have to look at Friday. I'm gonna do Wednesday through Friday.
Wait, what's the difference between raw vegan and cooked vegan? Is like raw vegetables cooked food? Raw and cooked food?
Nah, like you don't necessarily have to cook the like your salads and things. That's not really
Mm.
cooked. The nuts is not really cooked. Like, but if you get fried mushrooms, fried plantains, these it's still vegetables, but it's cooked though. It got a lot of things added to it.
Oh, so wait, we doing what? 3 days of raw
Raw vegan,
vegan?
just fruits, vegetables, nuts,
Nothing to be cooked.
nothing to be cooked.
And then you do 4 days of cooked vegan.
Yeah.
Oh.
Try to join
But
it.
we're not supposed to eat fish as a vegan.
Nah, fish. Fish are animal.
That's pescatarian.
And they got pesticides. Not pesticides. What is it called?
Pescatarian. I guess I could do without fish.
There's a lot of replacements for fish, like plantains. A plantain is that a plantain or is that a
It's konjac root.
nah for the fish?
So for fish,
Heart of palms.
No, it's eggplant.
Heart of palms and eggplant.
Yeah.
Heart of palms and eggplant are good substitutes for fish.
Wait, I love eggplants. What's the first one you said?
Heart of palms.
Heart of palms?
Yeah.
Oh, heart palm. Oh, I don't know what that is. But I know what plátanos are. Plantains.
What was that?
You say you know what
Oh,
was?
I know what plátanos are.
Oh,
That's plantains, right?
okay.
Fry you some heart of palms. and
Sorry,
some-
my mom is Dominican. She says it's plátanos.
Yes, ma'am.
Plantains. Okay.
Yeah.
Heart palms.
Español? Habla español, sus?
Un poquito.
You don't know?
Yo entiende más que yo habla.
Yeah, no.
You don't know? Okay.
I understand everything, but my articulation of the language is off. But I do understand.
I'm out for a walk. I'll be back in a couple
That's
minutes.
good.
You know, sorry.
You good?
Oh, I just came back in the beginning of the month from Dominican Republic with my mom. We weren't there long, but it's funny how it's a couple of things that I thought of. I always say, like, and I'm not being racist, I feel like over here it's like a lot of ignorant people who are of our ethnicity, like they'll assume things once they find out like I'm part Hispanic because of my mom. However, over there, it was so much love and I look like so many people that I don't even look like within my own family. It was just weird. But another thing, I don't know if Danny was talking about children and orphanages and stuff. They have so many children, not only in Africa, but in Dominican Republic. It's so sad. And what's so interesting is even here, I think I talked about the 400,000 children that we have in foster care. And America is the place that makes it the most challenging to adopt children, especially in New York. But it's funny how the people who shouldn't be adopting them, it seems like they get them so fast. But those of us who would be able to save our children and guide them correctly, they make it so challenging for you to get them. And it's like, you guys aren't treating them right. So, like, what's the problem? But I was just comparing orphanages well, we call it foster care here, but orphanages in Dominican Republic. I haven't been to Africa yet, but we know that's where I'll be. So, but in Dominican Republic too, it's so sad. Like you have to have a lawyer, you have to have all these things and show that you're worthy, all this craziness, right? But here it is, they utilizing the children in sex trafficking. It's like the math ain't mathin'. But that's what I was thinking about. I think Danny mentioned something about orphanages and I forgot why. I wrote something, but that's what I was thinking of. I know I said a bunch of stuff, but I hope you understand.
I understand. I understand. Basically, they're not letting us, the ones who actually care, take proper care of the kids. They give in to the
Yeah.
don't give a care at all. But that's also an example to us as well. Us being childs when it comes to God. We need the proper influence to help take care of us. And the proper influence, I mean, the influence set up today is not properly doing that correctly. This is why we're here, calling everybody who see the problem, who see that these kids need to go into proper care, who see that these people that's in the community need to have proper justice system, who see that we need to have proper schooling, proper food, proper medication. Everybody who see these things, we call them to the table. Because once we get on one accord and establish something for ourselves, somebody can stand with us. Because we showing that we stand for each other. And it's not just us, it's everybody. We're not the only ones who going through this. It's people of different nationalities sitting in the same neighborhoods as us, going through the same thing. So this is for the world to get back in order. Calling the leaders who are gonna put their hands on the revolutionary movement that's gonna affect the world.
Yeah, that's why we all need to stick together so that we could be in positions of power to change the ignorance that exists and the people that are in positions of power that follow the devil. It just makes no sense. Or at least that's how I feel.
Exactly, sis. Exactly. Exactly.
And you know what's interesting too? I just realized people could be watching us, but not join. Like they're in the background. So they're in the background watching us, right? And sending me messages, right? But they don't have the heart to send the message so that all of y'all can see I'm getting the message that's negative.
Right.
That's how that happens.
The darkness is being done behind closed doors. They don't want you to see it. They don't want everybody else to see it. But we're here to shine the light, like we say every day. Reveal the wicked. Show them down.
Thank you, Mac T. He said banana blossoms is a good sub for fish too. I wrote it down, but I never heard of banana blossoms. I'm going to look it up along with my heart palms. Thank you, Benji. Because the meat, I know I got the meat. I'm not going to say I haven't slipped since I've decided, but I know I can. The meat I got down packed. It's the fish I struggle with. Even like shrimp, lobster, all that nonsense that people think, I don't know, people I be around, they act like you such great stuff if you could go to the restaurant and order these things, but aren't they like scavengers of the sea? So I got that down pat. It's
You see
just the
this, y'all?
fish I struggle with.
I see this, y'all, for all the lives. This conjure, it tastes just like.
Wait, show us. I can't see.
It tastes just like y'all can't see because the background on. There you
Oh,
go.
yeah. What is it?
It's konjac root. It tastes just like shrimp.
Can you spell it?
Yeah, it's shit. Oh yeah, it's KONJAC. It tastes
Oh,
just like shrimp.
konjac. Okay, I
Yeah,
didn't know what you were saying. Konjac root. I never heard of that either.
tastes like shrimp, feel like shrimp, and it look like shrimp. But it's a plant. But tastes just like it. It's definitely healthier, way healthier. You know, seafood, it got parasites and things like that in it. You don't want to put stuff like that in your body. It don't make you sick. That made me feel. I ain't got that, you know what I'm saying? But I got this.
Oh Lord, you know what's gonna be my challenge? Cheese. I love cheese like a mouse. Like I'll put cheese on anything. Cheese on things that people don't think cheese belong on. It belong to me. That's gonna be my challenge. Cheese. I can't eat
Somebody I know
cheese.
got that same problem. I even had that same problem myself, but you know they got alternatives. Like they got vegan food too. You also can make your
Vegan.
beef out of cashews. I don't really know the whole recipe, but it's cashew cheeses. It's recipes that you can make cheese out of using cashews and other things like that. Yeah. Whatever you think you're struggling with that's unhealthy for you, they got vegan options for every single thing. You know, I know one thing about it is though you is gonna have to kind of get in the kitchen a little bit more. You know, you really gotta put love in your food, trying to get those tastes that you're looking for. So
I love to cook. I'm just gonna be a chemist with all the different vegan options. And I'm not wasting it, so I'm gonna eat it.
yeah. Mhm. 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 All this talking about food, yeah, making a man hungry, man. Want your bingo? Nah.
Yeah, now I'm hungry. I think I ate a bag of chips watching you guys from 6 o'clock. No, I'm lying. I had 2 bags of chips since 6 o'clock this morning when I should have been having fruits and vegetables. I am hungry.
So what?
Come on and turn to your neighbor, tell him it's time to go. So we can end the show and we can up the score. You know we gotta do better, don't settle for prey. And we ain't got time to wait. It ain't no room to play.
That UCOG person, he's not with us either, right?
Goku.
Nah.
UKOG. Yeah, he's sickening. Was Coach J talking about the konjac? He asked us to spell it again. Is that what he's talking about? I don't know, but I spelt it.
KONJAC.
KONJAC. Yep, I spelled it right. I'm so happy. I ain't lost. I was lost. No, K Rebel, I was lost. Family, I was lost.
Yeah, I can testify to that. We all can testify to that one.
And you know, sorry to interrupt. I saw Yaju's picture the other day because I just started yapping on TikTok again a couple of weeks ago, and I saw, and I was like, I gotta get back there because that's the only place I felt comfortable. Like, what the hell is wrong with me? Your pride is of the devil. Hi, Benji. Thank you. Yep, your pride. Because I could have felt this good 2 weeks ago when I first saw it. But I was scared. I had to come back with my tail in between my legs.
Yeah, that's listen.
Now I gotta go find all my notes. I hope I wasn't retarded and threw it away. I don't think I was. I just have to find my notebooks and go back to all my notes I was taking. That's today's job. I said today's job was gonna clean my mama house. Yeah. Her mess will get clean, but I'm gonna find my books before I pick up a broom. I promise you. Sorry, God, but that's what you're telling me to do. That's what I'm gonna do, regardless if she like it or not. And if I can't find my book, I guess I can't clean the house today because I'm gonna find my book. I'm gonna find it. Watch y'all.
You talking about your Bible?
No, I had a book specifically to take notes when Danny was teaching or Ed was teaching, any of the brothers or sisters were teaching. I had a notebook then, but then I told you I got in my putney feelings and then I stopped writing, stopped coming, stopped everything. So now I got to find my book because my book has valuable notes. Even though it's going to be repeated because it's all the truth and nothing but the truth, I want to find my notes. So that's what I'm going to do. I don't need the Bible. You just told me nobody could teach me the Bible but Yaju Judah, so I don't need to read the Bible because my comprehension ain't gonna be the comprehension I'm supposed to receive. And if he ain't gonna be the one that's gonna clarify the comprehension, or one of you brothers, what do I need it for? Right?
Right, sis. Right. That's simple, right?
That's simple. Keep it simple, stupid. That's what we used to do. When I was an alcohol and substance abuse counselor for teenagers as an alternative to incarceration, because judges was giving them football numbers. So I started working with them. I think I just made 20 or 21. And that was one of the things. Like they wanted to, like me, wanting to know every and anything that you don't need to know. Just keep it simple.
Exactly. Keep it simple.
And we used to always tell them, keep it simple, stupid. Stop stressing over stupidness. That's what it makes me think of. That's sick. What's sick? Who's that? Chrome Key 007.
Let's talk about it, man. Let's talk about it, man.
Wait a minute. You know, the blood of Jesus, as they would say. You know, them crackers used to throw me out of class asking questions, clarifying the Bible, and because they couldn't answer me, they would throw me out of school and make me think I was stupid. I'm going to get all of them. If they ain't dead yet, I'm going to get them. I'm stupid people.
You gotta get on with the truth first. That's what's gonna crack them the most. Because the truth is hurting. It's hurting everybody right now. You see it. Everybody coming and second lesson. All we're doing is giving you the truth. That's wrong. I say that's wrong.
Wait, what you said? What you said that's wrong?
I was talking to my brother, but I was saying, is it wrong to tell your brother the truth? Because
no.
the truth is meaning I love my brother. I'm trying to help him if I'm telling him the truth.
But you know what? I think you said it, K Rebel. People would rather sleep with the lies than sleep with the truth, because the lies it feeds people ego and makes them feel good when they know they should be feeling bad and correcting things that are incorrect. The truth enlightens people, and for whatever reason, I find that people want to stay in the dark. They don't want to be enlightened. But then don't be around me, because I'm not about darkness.
That's not hard. That even if you don't like what I'm on, that's cool. Move around. Why are you still here? Why are you steady trying to put me down if you don't like what I'm doing? Just move around and enjoy your life. That means I'm really affected. What I'm doing is hurting you. If you're really trying to get at me, what I'm doing is hurting you in some type of way, shape, or form. Okay. Huh? Nah, man. What was I saying? Yeah. For the people who steady um coming around, you say we don't have the truth, we lying, this, that, and the third. We gotta be saying something. Because if we wasn't saying something, you would be listening to the same thing you've been listening to. Your other teachers. But you listen to us more than you listen to them. Now, like my sister said, damn, I forgot what you said. But you said this makes you feel good. You don't have to keep looking no more. And that's what the bread of life gonna do. And John, where we at? John 6 and 47.
think we took that already.
John 6:47. I wanted to go here, but I was gonna go back to 26. Verily, verily, I say unto you, he that believe on me have everlasting life. I am that bread of life. So if your teacher was really giving you life, it would be everlasting. You wouldn't have to be searching no more. Because this actually giving you something. It's filling you up. Now you say that we don't got that bread, but you steady listening to us. If I drop down to 26, Jesus answered them and said, verily, verily, I say unto you, ye seek me not because ye saw the miracles, but because you did eat of the loaves and were filled. The loaves is the bread from heaven, the food for thought. So y'all say we ain't got nothing, but y'all here. Y'all don't see no miracles that y'all asking for. Where the miracles? Where the miracles? The only thing y'all see is the information that we giving y'all, the food for thought, the Last Supper that Christ comes with. So y'all here because y'all eating the loaves that we giving y'all, the bread from heaven, and y'all full. Look like what top of the line? You call.
Who is that? FYB?
Nah.
What? I don't know why he couldn't figure it. Yeah, every day. They get more than our people.
I got a question for you, brother. I got a question for you. I got a question for you.
Let's see.
What's your question, my dude? I got you.
Do you stand for a revolution in 2025?
I mean, not in 2025, just in general. Yeah, I would like to see the world change.
You would like to see the world change?
Of course.
With this being said, do you agree that this will have to be established behind a team, an organized team?
I believe that this was written and foretold to us what will happen.
That this is written and was foretold to happen. So this team will be coming. You agree that this will be led by a leader, right? This revolutionary, right?
Yeah, it would be Jesus Christ, God.
Okay, cool. So since this is Jesus Christ,
You got a lot of lead questionings, bro.
huh?
Lead questions.
These are lead questions. So if this
So
Jesus
look,
Christ,
this is how you're asking me questions real quick.
hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother.
Can you prove to me that you're no longer attracted to men?
You know what I'm saying? That's why you bring that bitch ass
Yeah, God.
You see what I'm saying? That's how you're asking me questions, though. Now you want to drop me because you follow a fake God?
Can we have if we can have a profitable conversation,
Go
man?
ahead, man.
Cool. But if not, you gotta go.
Go ahead. Ask me all the questions you want. They all gonna be like, "Is you doing this so we could do that?" Like, no, bro. I'm gonna give you the truth. You want to know God's name?
Are you the son?
Yeah,
You are the son.
100%.
So
Yeah,
you
I
are.
just read it all.
Hold on. So you are the Jesus that's gonna be this revolutionary. If you are
I
the
am
son, like you just, if you are the son, we just stated the Son of Man gonna be Jesus is the one that's gonna be the leader of this revolution.
Jesus already came, bro. Jesus already came. What do you think we're out here trying to tell you?
But brother, you saying you the son. So who
And
is it?
It's not even one religion that disagrees with y'all. It's not just Christianity. It's a group of religions that disagree with y'all, telling y'all that y'all are false.
Well, brother, I'm asking you. I'm asking Christ, the Son. That's what you said, right?
Okay.
So, because you said you're going to be able to give me God's name. For that to happen, you have to be the Son. Because no man knows the
Right.
Son but the Father. And no man knows the
Right.
Father but the Son. And who the
Right.
Son reveals him to.
Right.
So if you got the Father's name, you the Son, you the Jesus that you're speaking of. You have to.
Yeah.
That's correct, right?
Yeah.
So you are the leader of this revolution. So how can we help you create a new system?
Well, first, do you believe that there's only one true God?
Yes.
What's his name? That's wrong. If you think God doesn't have a name. It's not I'm hard-headed, you're hard-headed. We saying two different things. You telling me God don't got a name, meanwhile it's in the Bible.
So cool. You need to really, really listen. You're all over the place with your answers, and you're all over the place with
How am I all over the place when I'm telling you it's in the Bible? God's name is in the Bible. It's literally in there. In Exodus, when he spoke to Moses.
So cool. Listen for a second. You claim Jesus came already, and you're saying that you are.
Jesus did come already. Did you not read the story?
I'm done with you, man.
I know. It was me and K Rebel talking, and you came out of nowhere wanting to talk to me because you think I'm cute or something. I don't know. But it's weird.
There should be. Listen to this. You should have some kind of listening skills. You gotta listen, right? That's how.
So should you. You should also listen.
bro. We see where you
So-
are. You're
So
basically
what is God's name?
So is God around before your man's alphabet?
What do Muslims call God?
Listen. Let's breathe, bro. Let's have a conversation, Goku. As you know, I brought you up yesterday, and I wanted to talk to you. I like
What
talking
is
to
the
you.
name
And
of
listen,
Christ God?
whose panel are you on? Are you on our panel or are we on your panel?
Why can't you answer that question?
I'm asking you questions because you basically said that.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll answer all your questions, and I can't ask you anything. Go ahead. You can ask me all the questions in the world, bro.
Are you the first coming of Jesus or are you the second coming of Jesus?
And I appear in many realities and many different lifetimes and many universes all at once, bro.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and pass you over to my brother. I'll let you, bro.
Next question.
What's God?
You got anything else for us, bro? Of
I mean, do you have a question, Stamps, that you want to answer?
course not.
I'll give you one too. Exactly. You scared, bro. Have a good day.
What's going on, Omani? If I'm pronouncing that right.
What's up, Stamps? Good.
Peace, peace.
Peace, brother. Yeah, I was up here probably last night chopping up with Ed. We was good just going over certain stuff. I'm saying most of the doctrine y'all go by, I'm saying I understand it, but I don't understand it to the point to live it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it, and that's why it's important for you to listen, continue to come back. You know, you just ain't gonna get everything in one day. Shit, probably not in a week. But as long as you keep coming back, that's the spirit of understanding, knowledge, all that grows in
Yeah.
it's up to you to continue to eat. You know, that's why it's food for thought. So as long as you eat, your mind will get filled.
Yeah, for sure. That's why I come up here every day. I'm saying that's what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to build and connect. Saying, but what I was about to say, I like this title. We can probably get into a little verses. As you said, the title, you know what I'm saying, we can bring out scriptures and then whatever he taught you or commanded you, I'm saying we could tie that to prove it. Here.
All right, all right.
But before I go into that, I was going to ask you, how have you been transformed, like in this walk of life, when you first got the word of encouragement to, you know what I'm saying, and the commands that tied to that word?
How I transform?
Yeah, what was like your transformation like?
I know before, I guess I could receive that understanding. Like I was more patient, so to say. I'm more patient, chill, calm now.
Mhm.
Um, I can say I show more love and care to my brothers and sisters that I'm around. You know, um, things I eat, that I put in my body, I'm more observative of it now.
What was that you just said?
The food I eat, I intake.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm more observant. I'm more aware. Just really how I carry myself as a man.
yeah, I'm saying all that transform. I can feel it because that was the same type of transformation I went through, but I didn't get it from Jew. It was like it's kind of like an energy thing to where I had to surrender to certain things, and I'm saying, as y'all said, empty your cup and release all the vain imagination tied to, as you said, the whore of Babylon doctrine or the woman that walked on water.
I guess more so understanding. You know, the information, the understanding that comes from him, so to say. You know, that's another way. Like I said, I started off with my mom. So when you see that information, that understanding, the mind comes from it manifests your physical.
Yeah, because as is written, we could probably go to that scripture real quick, and then we could probably profound on it through your understanding that you have been given regarding the freedom that Christ gives once you accept that word, and the promises through the will of God that once you are commanded and you do these things that you're commanded to do, and not just to honor your lips, then that's when it comes to life. I'm saying that's why I was just trying to get like a deeper understanding of. I'm saying like the commands, like what did it move you to do? Because the spirit moved you to do something. I'm saying,
Well,
but
yeah, like I said, nah, being that the understanding of my mind has changed, bro. It's like I walk with a purpose now. I know what needs to be done. I know what it's gonna take for us to get there. So that's another way. My old life, I don't live no more. It's a whole new story compared to now.
yeah, just mostly like basically I was just getting to like the morals that you stand by. And I'm saying that you probably wasn't aware of or you was probably ignorant of because we all was born into this type of blindness or amnesia. We forgot who we are, everybody. So we would have to go through the same regardless to get that remembrance.
Yeah, I got you. Most stuff, most stuff.
So you said you've been transformed through also the food you eat, what you also would you say what you listen to, right?
Correct.
You ain't on that drill music no more, none of that. I'm saying you fill your body with the spirit,
Yeah, like I was never influenced, like heavily listen to drill music in the first place.
right? Right.
I don't really have no purpose, but yeah,
Or, and then we become. I'm saying I know once the word lives in you and you really trust it, you become slaves to righteousness first. Then once you become slave to the righteousness, you get to know the Father's business because to be righteous is to know the Father's will. Because you gotta fulfill it every day. I'm saying, regardless what you do. But let's get into this little verses.
So there's no end to it. It's just
The path that you walk on as a person, no, bro, like that's just what's meant for you. When it comes to the Father's will, that's what Christ comes to fulfill. Now you can be a part of the fulfillment, but you gotta attach yourself to Christ.
Right. Because it was, I'm saying,
Whatever happened for you tomorrow, that's just divine for you to happen to you tomorrow. That's not. Now, if you was to align yourself with Christ or God, you know that's why God gives every man free will. So it will be your choice to attach yourself to the will of God.
when was sin birthed into this world?
Yeah, when the
Before
devil,
the sun came, or I'm saying, or nah. Let me say it like this: when sin first came into the world, how was there any offerings to release you from them sins, or we just had to go through it?
Christ is the one that brings the offering. Like it say, first the devil deceived the world. Christ comes in the end times to redeem the world. So first was sin. We currently were living in sin, but now being that Christ is here, now the sin is from the world. What only way for us to escape away from sin is to receive that offering that Christ brings.
And that offer is, we understand the moral of it. The offer is freedom. Freedom from what? What would you say in your eyes? What would you be free from?
Bondage, Egypt, the land of oppression, slavery. It's needful. So when you accept what Christ comes with, because remember the power of life and death is in the tongue. So the information that Christ comes with is what's gonna free your mind from that bondage.
And what were the principalities that hold allegiance to them bondages, as you said, the bondages of Egypt? Like, what are some principalities that you rule over now since you have Christ in you?
Right. Well, you'll more so have the Spirit of God. Because Christ is flesh and blood. The spirit that Christ hosts will be in you.
Yeah, but there's many principalities tied to them spirits.
Well, yeah, you got the servant. Yeah.
So you asking what principles?
Yeah, what
Like,
principles you standing on? That give life, you know what I'm saying, to others, and not to yourself, but to a collective.
yeah, some examples of these principles is let every man be a liar because God had a speaker.
All right.
Like this is um this helps give life to us because we can narrow down. This helps give life to us because we can narrow down who is the truth when it comes to God. Because, like my brother was saying, we have to seek the high priest that's from among us. This would be the one that's going to give us the information. This is the speaker for God. Hebrews 1:1. The speakers for God to our forefathers was the prophet. But in the last days, these days, it's going to be the Son of Man. So that's why we must let every man be a liar and wait on the Lord. There will be another principle.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. You gotta let every man be a liar because, like I just said, we all was born with amnesia. You know what I'm saying? We have to be born again through the Spirit to remember.
Exactly. And the only way we can obtain the spirit is going through the one who is sent to be the sacrifice for us. Because the words he speak gonna be the spirit.
And the Spirit reveals all things. Yeah, I feel you.
So all we saying is it's an order when it comes to these things. You may feel like you have been moved by the spirit yourself, but everybody don't have the same job. Everybody is not called to call the world together. But you could be a part of that calling though.
If you're a part of that calling, you also have like you said, you got a position. You know what I'm saying that will bring people together.
Exactly. And all we got to do is fall in line. You got your position, I got mine.
Right. We just gotta know if we playing on the same team. You're
Exactly. And how we know that is if we find the head of the team, the leader of the team.
For sure. That's why I wanted to get. All right, let me get into these verses because this y'all going off the prophecy of the Bible, right? Y'all go off lost books too.
All books.
So in the book of Enoch, when he said, "I was raised and I was no more of the earth," when someone is raised, where do you think they going? You know what I'm saying, and he said he wasn't on the earth no more. So where did he go?
That's more so talking about how Christ is raised up. You know how God called Moses up on that mountain, same way God called Christ up. It's up from the earthly teachings of the world and information up to a higher state of mind or a higher consciousness.
Yeah, but in this realm, he actually saw things and he explained it. And it wasn't a parable, it was actually what he was saying. Tied to the parable, it was real.
Well, when you
Like when
call,
he said he ascended to the heavens, was he in a spiritual place or was he just in the earth extending through his mind?
well, like I said, when you called up, you received new eyes, a new eyesight, you know, a new outlook on life, because now you have a set apart understanding. You see the world for what it is.
All right.
What was the second part of your question? What was the
Was somebody
second?
who was talking?
Yeah, what was your second part of your question?
No, I was just basically saying, what was the first thing I asked you? Because I think it would tie into it.
Is heaven on earth or in the sky?
Oh, I was talking about, yeah, Enoch. No, I wasn't talking about, yeah. I was thinking about the thoughts. You said it's the higher thought. So when it was written in Enoch, it's written as he was seeing things. An angel was with him in these spiritual realms. Do you believe in the spiritual unseen realms that they have a form to?
Like I told you, the spiritual realm will be higher thought. Now, it's saying in scripture that many have entertained strangers are unaware of them entertaining angels. So, an angel is just a person walking on earth with a set apart message. Now, right now, I see my brother. I see him. He has the same information as me. We at that same we in that same mind frame. I'm not talking about us literally being like La La Land, hocus pocus somewhere. It's just I see my brother for who he is. I understand what he's saying. It's like right now, we might ask you, you see what we saying? You see me. It's not really talking about like in the sky or you close your eyes or something like that.
It's all kind of the same story though. Like it's kind of like I'm trying to get the moral of it. If you're saying it's not actually what had really happened to either Enoch or Elijah when he was raised through whatever the chariot or
But
something, and it's just the higher information, then I would ask when he did go to these heavens and he went to the seventh realm and saw Christ sitting on his throne, what does that represent?
I'm not sure exactly what that represents.
I can read it. Let me go get the book of Enoch for you.
K Rebel, I found my book. Sorry, he's looking for something.
I always get to is like heaven is an actual real place that you can experience now, and then when you leave this body, that you will always live forever in that type of experience that you molded while you was here.
Brother, we're not taking away the fact that heaven is something that you can experience. What we saying is heaven is within. And the things that you see at a higher level is just the things you never seen before. Like the lie deceived everybody. It has a covering over our eyes. So when this is revealed, you seeing things that you didn't see before, but it was always there. You just didn't understand. So this is the heaven on earth that's within. Now you're able to see.
and just to back up what my brother said the verse. Luke 17 and 21, it says, neither shall they say, lo here or lo there, for behold, the kingdom of God is within you. So don't seek for the kingdom in the sky. Don't think it's somewhere that you can't get to. The kingdom is simply inside of you. And in order for you to get there, you got to receive that higher thought that we were just talking about from Christ.
Oh no, I know the kingdom is not in the sky because I said, like I said last night, there is no sky as it is written in the Bible. There's waters that separate different realms. You have to go through these waters, or as y'all say, information. You have to be informed. You have to have that key to get through certain densities, or what we call
So who
energy.
informed? I got you, brother. So who informed you that these waters is speaking of waters above us and not information? Who informed you that?
It's written. It's the waters are separated from the firmament.
No, it's been also written that no man on earth is able to unseal the book and look thereon, meaning that they don't have the understanding. Is that also written?
Yeah, that means you can't get a spirit out.
Okay, so since we can't get the understanding ourselves, we have to have an informer, a mediator that stands between man and God.
Right.
This would be Christ, our teacher. So when I ask you who informed you on the things of these waters, is it waters above us or is it information? Who gave you that information? You should have given me a teacher and not a book, because it's written that the book don't teach you.
The kingdom taught me. The kingdom that's within me.
How did you reach this kingdom?
Surrender.
Surrender to who?
Surrender to the Father who arts in heaven.
And who is the door?
Christ
And where is he?
within me.
No. Christ is flesh and blood. The disciples in the book, they walk with Christ. Aaron and Miriam, they walk with Christ.
They walked or they are walking.
I mean, they walk with Moses. Moses was Christ, but
They never existed.
They all went through somebody. The disciples, in order for you to enter that kingdom, you got to go through Christ. And just to back up what I'm saying, if you go to John 10:9, it says, I am the door. By me, if any man enter, he shall be saved, and shall go in and out and find pasture. So when it comes down to it, you got to find Christ, whether for you to get to God or the kingdom, it's a love. But first, it starts with Christ.
Yeah, for sure. We got that understanding, but we just
If you understand that and then turn around and say Christ is within you, you say you do it for yourself.
wait. I'm about to go to what is written to show that approval. To where it says, when you are crucified, all things. Let me go to it so I don't misrepresent what it's trying to get through.
Oh my goodness, the devil is in my house. I came out the room. I was like, this smells so good. We just talked about being hungry. You want to know why it smells so good? My mother was frying bacon. I ran back in the room like the devil was chasing me. Sorry. I'm so hungry, but I ain't touching that bacon.
Better run, sister. Better run.
No, I'm not. I don't even, to be honest with you, like, there's so many things that I've done or even eaten just because you listen to your parents, right? But I hate bacon. So I don't even understand why I ate it just to keep the peace. I'm too old to be doing things I know I ain't got no business doing just to keep the peace, including bacon.
Well, you're most definitely right. So you gotta stay strong. You gotta stay strong, brother. You ever found that verse?
Oh yeah, sorry.
No. I just went past this, John. I just started reading because I was just talking about Jesus taking up to heaven, and it says in my former book, Theophilus, I wrote about all Jesus began to do and teach until the day he was taken up to heaven after giving instructions through the Holy Spirit, the apostles he had chosen. After his suffering, he presented himself to them and gave many convincing proofs that he was alive. He appeared to them over a period of 40 days and spoke about. Oh, this is after his resurrection? Is this talking about after his resurrection? He appeared to them for 40 days and spoke about the kingdom of God on one occasion while he was eating with them. And he gave the command, do not leave Jerusalem, but wait for the gift my father promised.
What
which
verse
you
you
have heard me speak about. So he already spoke about the promises. So he had to live and speak and teach these promises for even us to feel them and live them.
where you at though? What verse you at?
I'm at Acts 1. And these are actual acts that have been recorded, or are you just saying these are all metaphors?
Nah, this is a
Acts of the Apostles.
yeah, this is a prophecy of the acts that Christ and the disciples will be doing at an appointed time. So like these things ain't happened in the past. You think this happened already?
It had to be written already. It's already written in us. It has to be awakened.
Well, yeah, it was written in the past by the prophets. The prophets foreseen what Christ, the acts that Christ would be doing at an appointed time. The prophets saw a vision of things to take place. That's why it will be the acts of the last days.
So you're saying nothing in his book that had been prophesied already passed?
Correct, not 2,000 years ago.
No, I'm talking about anything. I'm not talking about dates. I'm not talking about time. I'm talking about nothing in his book. So our ancestors weren't scattered. That never happened.
Yeah, like not 2,000 years ago, but between
Bro, you keep saying
1868.
2,000 years ago.
No,
I'm not. I don't want to
no,
go up that doctrine, bro.
no,
I'm
you
talking
got
about.
you. I
I'm
got
talking about the
you.
the message, the
My
moral
bad.
of it. Whether it be 2,000, whether it be 10,000 years, whether it be 20,000. I don't care about the years. I'm talking about the moral of the story that had been imprinted into the earth.
I'm not just talking to you. I'm talking to people that's also in the comments. So between not 2,000 years ago, but between 1868 and the now,
All right.
everything is being fulfilled.
Wait, hold on. Rerun that. You said not till what?
1868,
1868.
yes, to now.
That's when all these prophecies are being fulfilled.
Yeah, the prophecies is being fulfilled when Christ receives his anointment. So that when Christ received his anointment was back in 2016. But you know, before Christ received his anointment, things had already been happening. Things had already been going on. Like the devil received the oil. These things already happened before Christ is to arrive.
All right, so there were prophecies that were already fulfilled to show the coming, right?
Correct.
All
Like,
right, we got understanding now. So that would mean all the prophets existed.
well, yeah, the prophets existed. The prophets are real people. But not the prophets that you like Moses, that's not a literal person. You know, Joshua, he's not a literal people. These people, the names in this book have spiritual meanings behind them. Like David, he's not a literal person. These would be representation. Like David would be a representation of God.
Yeah, they're like metaphorical transitional terms. You know what I'm saying, because it's saying God is with us, and then Christ has the body. It's like salvation. It's different terms for different prophecies to when God's divine timing. So that's what I would say is, how would you even know what is true without applying it? Because you said everything is through the word, the sword, right? You find life through the sword, or do you find life through the spirit?
Find life through the person that's speaking the spirit. That's why I
So the
said,
spirit, right?
yeah. But that's
All
why
right.
I said the living water flow from Christ's mouth. So the living water, what Christ speaks, is where you go find life.
Right. And when he speaks, he commands you to do things, not just regurgitate what he says. It's a command at your heart.
Correct. It will be more so you accepting what he's speaking and apply it to your life.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah.
And that's why I was just going to ask from the beginning, like what applied you to show you that this transformation is out of this world, meaning like it's above anything any man can really explain to you.
This world. I mean, when you say out of this world, like I don't know nobody, no other brother just judging the British Empire. I
Right.
don't know no other brother that come from the same struggle as me, establishing a government. I don't know nobody from the hood with a declaration. So when you say out of this world, that's what out of this world looks like.
And the declaration is using physical things and happenings to show that we are in the last days and the sun only comes in the last days.
Yeah, well, the declaration it basically shows the new nation beginning. Now, it's a new nation. That's how you know a new nation being established. That's how you know we living in the last days. Because this new nation, this new government, this new system will be putting the old to the end. That's why it's the end. Christ is the beginning and the end. The end to the old system, the devil's world, and the beginning of the kingdom of God.
Or so you haven't been given into all them fairy tales that have been or fables that have been passed down.
Say it one more time.
So you hadn't been given into certain fables like when certain people say the giants and all that. You don't believe in all them things.
Nah. Like
You don't believe that the Nephilim actually existed on this earth. There were actually giants on this earth.
I don't believe in
Or you don't believe in spiritual angels that had protection and order over you and to
Nah,
serve you.
angel is just a person. I don't believe in like the hocus pocus things.
Yeah, I know it's a person, but there's also actually spiritual angels that have order and direction over you. When because once you're covered under the head, that head has many, or that head has a legion, just like the devil has legions, or as you said, darkness has legions. Light has a lot of legion too, and it overcomes the darkness.
Well, just like you said, an angel is a spiritual person.
Spiritual person, but without this body, you are only the spirit. So there are angels without a fleshly form.
No, an angel
Yes.
is a spiritual person. A spirit is invisible. Only a person can tell you the message of the spirit. The spirit is what's inside of the angel, because the angel will be spreading the message about the spirit that the spirit holds. I mean, that the angel holds. So, a spirit can't talk to you. The person that hosts the spirit is the one that talks to you.
Right.
All
Right.
the invisible things that this world have us believing in, that's why it talks about emptying your cup. Like giant spirit, I mean angels, like just flying around, watching over us, all those things, but it's not.
Because in the book of Enoch, it tells you that they were actually physical giants, and there were bloodlines that they had to get rid of off of this earth because the fallen gods had created them, or the fallen gods had, or people say slept with man. They integrated with men.
Well, yeah, the giants would be a person of higher stature. Right now we say in the Hebrew community today, I'm the biggest. I'm not literally the biggest, tallest person walking around. I'm up in my class. Like people know me. I'm popular. I'm well known. So I'm a heavy influence. That's what a giant would be. In scripture, it's not talking about something that's 80 feet tall and just walking up. That's not what it is.
Well, and Enoch, it says something different. That's why I think all these things were removed, because it sheds light on spiritual things that we can't really understand because we have, like I said, amnesia of things happening because we're not supposed to dwell in the past. So I understand that. But we are supposed to have our heart guarded on things that are of the spirit, that are true. Because where did the angels fall from? That's what I want to ask you. Where did they fall from?
They fell from a higher consciousness, heaven.
And were they in bodily form when they fell, or were they in spirit?
Spirit, because heaven would be a spiritual place. So in
So
order
they
for
didn't
you,
have flesh on them when they
hold on,
fell.
hold on. In order for you to fall from heaven right now, you would be putting down the spiritual teachings of God, and you going back to the worldly information, like these different doctrines, the different forms of deception that's in the world. That's you falling from heaven.
But the fall happened a long time ago. That's what I'm saying. So,
Uh, I,
so
I,
that's I
I'm gonna say
understand
this.
your representation of it. Yeah, that could be true. I understand that. But I'm talking about the fall that happened for us, for the sin to come into the world. The
That's why the
beginning.
scriptures. That's why the scriptures talk about our ancestors turning their face on the Father.
Mhm.
Because our ancestors, they fell from it. Like the truth about God wasn't always void in the world. It's only void because we turned off, our ancestors turned off their face on the Father, which removed the truth of God from the world. So that's them falling from heaven. Like I said, like it wasn't always deception on the face of the world. It wasn't always like that. But now, because we have been lied to, our ancestors turned their face, and now we got the lies. Christ would be the one to come and establish the truth. What you got?
And to back that up, because we already know that we need correction, we need order, we need the truth, because we wouldn't be seeking for it. And so we have a lot of seekers of the truth, and we had a lot of quote unquote preachers of the truth. But us following our forefathers in the footsteps of our forefathers, we rejecting the truth that's among us. Now we in Jeremiah 31 and 32. Not hold on, let me.
You said Jeremiah what?
31. I'm gonna start at 31. Behold, the days saith the Lord, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah, not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers, in that day that I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, which my covenant they break, although I was a husbandman unto them, saith the Lord. So like we were saying, the people who taught us today is the people who walked before us, which is our forefathers. This is how we know we being led astray, because according to the scriptures, our forefathers broke the covenant with God, which is hearkening to the Son that God sent to them. Now, in today's time, Christ is sent to make the new covenant, to reestablish God's order. This is why we keep telling you the book don't tell you nothing. Christ comes to give you this information.
I will make my covenant with the ancestors. So Christ already made a covenant with the ancestors. What was that covenant? Well, we don't got to dwell on that. We can.
Because if we go down to 34,
Yeah.
and they shall teach no more every man his neighbor and every man his brother, saying, know the Lord, for they shall all know me, from the least of them to the greatest of them, saith the Lord. For I will forgive their iniquity, and I will remember their sins no more. So, if Christ have already created this new covenant, we wouldn't be teaching about Christ. It wouldn't be all these houses of God teaching us to know the Lord. Wait on Christ. Christ is coming. Jesus coming. Why? Because Jesus would have already revealed himself and God. It would be no more teaching about Jesus. No more. If Jesus already made this new covenant.
And going back to what we were talking about our ancestors. Our ancestors is the ones that broke the covenant. Christ is the one that come usher in the new covenant that we would be going back to.
But they were given a covenant from who?
From God.
From God. But it says right here, the Lord gave him the covenant. Who the Lord?
The Lord would be the one that hosts the Spirit of the Father.
So that would be Jesus Christ.
No, Jesus. No, the Jesus Christ person is the one that comes in the last days.
So all right. So
You said it. It's the prophets, right?
Well, no, like the ones who get a new covenant.
Yeah. No. Who gave our ancestors the old, the one that was broken? Huh? Oh, Moses.
yeah, who's the only lawgiver, right? Who's the only lawgiver and true judge? Who gave Moses the law?
That would be Christ. Christ is the one that comes to give you the law, usher the law back in the world.
So how can you say Christ never existed? He gave Moses the law. He was in the spirit. He always existed. He's here. He's Alpha and Omega.
No, Moses received from God.
Hey, how you doing?
Hold on. Moses was that. Hold on. Moses was the mediator between man and God in his times. Because God called Moses on the mountain. Moses came to Aaron and Miriam and brought back to Aaron and Miriam.
Hey, Christy, are you busy?
What's going on, bro? Peace. We gonna deal with the brother real quick, and we're gonna get with you next.
Hey, Christy. Okay.
Wait, you interrupting something and you being rude.
It's okay. Peace, brother. I'm saying, but I got something to say, and then you could take over. But yeah, like we were saying, shit, I just damn near forgot what I was about to say. But yeah, bro, since the covenant that was made with them, it was made through the Spirit. You said, all right, I understand that. That's cool. But the Spirit that will only be able to that since the beginning had authority over all flesh would be Christ. Whether you said he didn't have a bodily form or not, that Christ was there since the beginning. So I think we have two different understandings of what Christ means, the title of what Christ means, and the body of Jesus. Because I think y'all kind of like separate the body of Jesus into the understanding of Christ. Because the body has physical forms that also match the spiritual essence or the presence of our Father to even do the will.
I know you all said Christ been here since the beginning, right?
He is the Alpha and Omega.
So can we all go to? I want to go to Hebrews 1:1 and 2 real quick. You know, just to
Hebrews.
show you that God only used the Son in the last days. So, I'm not going to read it, but it's Hebrews 1 and 2. In the past, God spoke to our ancestors through the prophets at many times and in various ways. So God used the prophets, not the Son. The Son didn't come yet. The prophet saw what the Son go do, but the Son wasn't with the prophet. So in the past, God spoke to our ancestors through the prophets at many times and in various ways. But in these last days, he has spoken to us by his Son. Sis, you got to put your mic on mute. You got a little bit of background noise. You heard me, bro?
Yeah, I thought you was about to say something else.
No, nah. Yeah, God only uses the Son in the last days. So according to this verse, I'm gonna read verse 2 one more time. It says, "But in these last days, he has spoken to us by his Son, whom he appointed heir of all things, and through whom also he made the universe." So God only uses the Son in the last days. So if we gonna still say that Christ was somebody of the past, that means we gotta throw this in the trash because this say last days.
And we can agree that Christ is the high priest, right?
For sure, of all generations, of all gods.
Now we're not taking away God's power of raising a high priest. Like my brother said, the prophets represent the high priest that was among men, that was used to speak to the people in their time. But in this time, in the last days, that high priest is going to be Christ. So
God.
at the end of the day, again, when it comes to the things of God, we can't get it from a book. We must seek the high priest and get this knowledge, as it's written in Malachi 2:7. Seek the law at the priest's lips. The book don't have lips.
So does God have a voice?
God has a voice. This is the high priest that we speaking on.
His voice is all things, right? Meaning he's above words. We understand that. So his voice is a type of spirit that moves you to even interpret certain things. That's what I'm saying. So that spirit would had to be, how would the prophets interpret how to fulfill the law?
They interpret it through the words that they hearken, because Christ's word is spirit.
So they hearken to the voice.
Exactly.
And who's that voice?
The voice is the Son of Man risen from among men, the high
So
priest.
he had to exist for them to hearken to the voice.
What I'm saying is, these people that the people went to in the past would be the prophets, like my brother said. They represented the high priest of their time. What we saying is everybody don't have the same job. This high priest is the priest to come to redeem us. Because can you agree we need redemption?
What was that?
Can you agree that the world needs redemption right now?
Yes, bro.
In the
For
time of
sure.
redemption, God always sent somebody to influence us, right?
Right.
So who is the time of who's the influence of the day? Is what we
Hey,
saying.
Christy life.
The influence had already been planted, though. That's what I'm saying. Even if it had been cut down, it's still rooted. I am the root and the offspring, meaning the spirit that is within me lived with me since the beginning, and it will be with you
Hey,
to the end
Christy
of
life.
ages. Can we go? Can we go to a scripture where it says the work has been finished? Where what you know what scripture I'm talking about?
But if the work has been finished, we can see the results.
Yeah. I'm just talking about what's shed a light on that. I'm not saying anything. I'm saying let's just go to that scripture real quick so we can get an understanding of. You know what I'm saying both sides to come to agreement. Where that? Y'all know what scripture I'm talking about though?
John 17:4.
John 17.
Is that the one you talk about? The one in John?
You said John what?
No, it says, although the works were finished from the fountain of the world. That one?
What you was at? John the 30, you said?
Hebrews 5, 4, and 3.
Oh,
Hebrews 4 and 3. Yes. Hey, bro, you gotta come back on. That's back on.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but can you take that biggest proof guy down, please? He's following me, but can you take him down for me, please? Or tell him to mute. Do something. I'm sorry. I ain't mean to sound like that.
Yeah, y'all, if y'all not having any conversation, kind of keep your mic on mute. But again, this Hebrews 4 and 3. It says, for we who have believed do enter into rest. And he said, as I have sworn in my wrath, if thou shalt enter into my rest, although the works were finished, and the fountain of for the foundation of the world. That one?
yeah, that's part of it. Yeah, it's like it's parallel verses, yeah, but that's basically saying almost the same thing. It said, hold on, I'm gonna just read it one more time because I'm saying just so we get more clarification. So I declared an oath in my anger, they shall never enter my rest. And yet his works have been finished. What we talking about here? Christ? Works have been finished since the creation of the world. For somewhere he has spoken about the seventh day in these words.
Okay, so brother, with the works, what you saying the works have been finished. If you stand on that, we will see the results of that. Because these works will be the truth entering the earth and changing our minds and changing our ways, institute a new system and order back on earth. So we in Isaiah 11 and 15, and the Lord shall utterly destroy the tongue of the Egyptian sea. And with his mighty wind shall he shake his hand over the river, and shall smite it in the seven streams, and make men go over dry shod. So if the works have already been done, this tongue is everybody that's spreading lies. The lie, meaning the lie would have been defeated. The truth would have been ushered in already if the works have already been done. But we see the work haven't been done. Why? Because we still seeking for the truth. So like I was saying, if the work has been done already, we would see the results. We wouldn't be seeking no more. Like I was saying, it would be no man teaching their brother, know the Lord. Because we know.
But it says right here, in God's anger, he turned his face away because he said, they shall never enter my rest. Because the works had been, it says, and yet his works had been finished, meaning it already had been finished. And it says right here, since the creation of the world. That is not right now. These are the last days. So where are you getting this understanding from that you just said?
So brother, if you saying the work has been finished already, have the lie been defeated? Yes or no?
The lie has been defeated. No, because this is the God of this world has been thrown into the pits of fire.
It's been finished.
So yeah, that's why exactly I was going to ask you. What are the works that you are saying that's finished?
That's what I brung out the scripture for. Y'all say y'all go by the works and the spirit y'all have been given, but y'all show no works. It say faith without works is dead. That's what I'm saying. That's we gotta build together to show the works to even help each other.
Again, that's why I'm asking you. What are the works?
It's the rest. You go into the rest. It just says for somewhere he has spoken about the seventh day. Seventh day is rest.
Okay,
On the
so
seventh day, God rested from all his works. And again, in the passage above, he says, they shall never enter my.
okay, so you saying the works that God have done has the world at rest. That has already been finished.
Yeah, because God is spirit.
So is the people of this world at rest?
Not all, because most of the people are still stuck in the world or bound by the, as you said,
Most
bondage
of
of evil.
them. Not most of them. The devil deceived the whole world. That's why we got a whole bunch of religions and false traditions. The world not at rest. And if the world was at rest, we wouldn't be seeing all the chaos going on outside. People don't look like they're at rest to me. Because if your spirit is at rest, your flesh would be at rest because your flesh manifests what your spirit is.
So do we walk by faith or sight? Because if you walk by faith, you know that the rest is within inside you. As you just said, the kingdom is within you. So once you find that rest, then you get to spread the good news. That's why I'm asking you, what kind of rest did you find to even know that this good news has an effect that will affect generations, or as you said, give authority over vipers, snakes, and young lions
Not to answer your
prowling
first,
around to devour?
not to answer your first question, faith come by hearing. So in order for you to have that rest, you got to hear the word of God. The word was made flesh. So in order for you to have the rest, you got to have the flesh that you receive from. So when it come down to it, yeah. So in order for you to have that rest, you got to be able to point out what Christ says to receive that you have received, and you would have found that good news that you would be spreading that you just said, that gospel you would have had received from Christ. Christ is the one that give you the gospel to go out and go spread. So the works that you see us doing, we spreading the gospel, the message that we received from Christ. And not only is it just us, but it's many other witnesses around the world testifying about what's going on. Christ on earth establishing a government, judging the world, bringing peace, healing to all nations. That's the rest that scripture is talking about. That's soon to come.
Oh yeah, it's already happening. You know what I'm saying, just like y'all saying, that's a good head to start with, because that's where all the hidden things are. The Catholic Church under the Vatican.
Yeah, but
What we gotta understand is the good news is we found the one who have the truth to help bring forth this judgment against these people who brought this lie. And to back that up with a verse, is Revelations 5 and 9. They sung a new song saying, "Thou art worthy to take the book and to open the seals thereof. For thou wast slain and has redeemed us to God by the blood out of every kindred, tongue, and people and nation." Like I was saying earlier, the last verse, Christ comes to defeat the Egyptian tongue. Egypt is the land of bondage. Now, we can understand that a lot of information that we are being given is not profitable. If it is, we wouldn't be seeking for more. So these are the tongues that's being slaved. And again, the new song is, we found the one to help usher in this judgment, to bring forth this judgment to these people correctly. We gotta understand the order of God. The only way we can get to God is through the Son. Christ is the doorway. But if you stand to say Christ is within you, you going through yourself. It makes no sense. You out of order.
Is not Christ the creator of the kingdom?
Correct.
So the kingdom is within me, right?
No, brother.
And you just said that earlier. You said the kingdom is within you.
no, but in order for you to get to the kingdom, you have to go to the one that built the kingdom. Christ is the builder of the kingdom.
Right. I just said that.
You got to find the one with the blueprints. In order for you to have understanding of the kingdom, you got to find the one that's building the kingdom. And if you haven't found the one that's building the kingdom, not in you, the one that's building the kingdom will be the one that's bringing the information, the higher thought of the kingdom.
Christ hold all things together, right?
Correct.
In your DNA, you have this thing that exactly looks like a cross that holds all your structure together. So whether you say Christ is in you, that's my understanding that Christ is in you. It's the thing that holds all things together that gives you strength.
All right, so
I don't
check it
have to
out.
see Christ to know that he's real.
So does God change?
No.
Huh?
No.
Say it one more time. Does God change?
We know that already. Go ahead, do what you're saying.
So when the disciples in the scriptures, did the disciples walk with Christ or was Christ inside of them?
You said the disciples walked with Christ?
Yeah. Was the disciples walking with Christ or was Christ inside of them?
Both. Because as you said, as they're in Christ's hand, they're in the Father's hand. So now he's inside of them.
Okay, now I'm finna show you the order of God since you said that point. Now, was the disciple was the spirit of God inside the disciples before they met Christ, or did they have to get received from Christ?
They had to receive the law from Moses.
Okay, so they had to receive from Christ first in order for the spirit to get inside of them, right?
Yeah, but they didn't see Christ because Moses had to speak for Christ as a representative.
Moses spoke for God. God called who called Moses on the mountain? Did Christ call Moses on the mountain, or did God call Moses on the mountain?
Who's the God of gods?
God has no God.
Who is the everlasting Father? Who's giving that title?
The everlasting Father would be
Who's giving that title?
The everlasting Father would be the spirit that Christ hosts.
Right. And
Okay,
that's the title he has been given since we said
but hold on, not
the
to go
beginning
too
of
far.
creation.
Moses got called on that mountain from God. Christ didn't call Moses up. God sent Moses back to the people because Moses is now the one that hosts the spirit. Aaron and Miriam had to receive from Moses. So when it come down to it, the disciples had to receive the spirit from Christ. So since God don't change like we just discussed, you got to receive the spirit from, let's go to Deuteronomy 18:18.
Oh, so you're saying they had to go through the Son back then, but the Son wasn't in the flesh?
They had to go through, no, I'm using the Bible as just as examples as to how to follow God because God don't change.
No, what
But
you just said before, though. What you just said? You said,
what I say? What I say?
no, I was asking you.
But I want to go to Deuteronomy 18:18 real quick, and then just kind of elaborate on what I'm trying to convey to you. But again, Deuteronomy 18:18. It says, I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren, like unto thee. So this person gonna be just like you, a person with a spirit. And I will put my words in his mouth. Now the words Christ speak, they are spirit. And he shall speak unto them all that I shall command them. So in order for you to receive that spirit that this person is sent with, which would be the spirit of God, you got to receive from Christ. So since God don't change, Christ wouldn't be in you. It would be in the person that God sends to you.
And once his commands are commanded, does his spirit live in you?
Yeah, when you accept.
Right. But you have to know who you are accepting. And
Right.
you have to know that since the beginning and the end, you have to know these things when it says he'll come back in the last days, there will be no questions about my Father. He'll be direct. So that's what I'm saying. Y'all will have direct knowledge if y'all are one with Christ of the Father and his business.
So what
Right or wrong?
about when it talks about Christ comes as a thief in the night?
Right. What about it?
What about it? Okay.
No, he said the father gonna make it be known. But the thief in the night.
Okay, yeah. So you said the Father gonna make it be known, but if Christ coming back as a thief in the night, no one will really know until Christ reveal himself to you.
At the end of the day, brother, it always goes back to the order of God. The only way that God can be revealed through you is through the Son. Anything of God can only be revealed to you is through the one that God sent to you to do the revealing. We can't reveal it ourselves. If we could, we would have it already. We didn't have this book of knowledge for so long. If we could reveal the information, the mysteries of God ourselves, we would have had it already. So it all goes back to the order of God. We must hearken to the one that God sent to us. Like my brother said, God sent the prophets to our forefathers. This was the speaker for God then. God sent Moses to the people of Egypt. The only way people could get the understanding of God, the only way people to get the righteousness, the effects of the things that God was doing at that time, they had to go through Moses. The only way that they can get the effects of the things that God was doing in Noah's time, they had to go through Noah. These are different examples of going through the one that God chose, that sent before you.
But who was given authority over Moses and all them to give the law out?
Right, God, Moses is the one with the authority. That's why we just said Moses was sent by God. God gives Moses authority. God gives Christ authority. So God will give somebody authority in your days to usher out the spirit and judge the world.
And Christ has authority over all flesh. That means he would have to be, and all things were created through him, right?
Correct.
So that means we're humans created through him?
No, the knowledge and wisdom that Christ is sent with.
All
This
things.
spirit, you're right. This spirit is what makes the world new again. So all things would be made new, a new creation, a new heaven and new earth. That's more so. It's not talking about like the plants on the ground and things like that. It's talking about a new world, a new manifestation, a new place.
So all these things weren't created for the purpose of what God has been doing to show signs? Like the sun, the moon, stars, none of that? Well, who created them? Like,
Well, of course, the God created these things, but those things show the order of God. You know, all things that we look at, whether it's in the sky, on the ground around us, the plants and the animals, everything has the order. Right now, we are the ones with no order. We are the ones that's not, receiving our information directly from Christ. We are the ones that's trying to find God, and we going straight to God. We're not going through Christ. So when it comes down to like, animals, like you can use a bee, for example. It's worker bees, and then you got the queen. The workers, they answer to the queen. So right now, if you look at the people in this world, since you just said, like you said, God gives Christ authority. So in order for us to get to God, we got to go to the one that God gives authority to. That's why Christ is the King of Kings. So you got to go through the one. But I know my time with y'all kind of up for the day. So I do want to say peace and blessing to everybody. This stream ain't ending to 9, but I know we kind of going into rotation. So I'm gonna pass the mic off to.
peace be with you, Stamps.
All right, brother. One of my next brothers coming up, I think, Josh. So, all right, y'all. Peace, peace.
I'll say one more thing to add on to what my brother was saying. Christ being the bread of life. Like, the only way we can get this understanding, we must eat from Christ. Because Christ is the bread. Him coming with the information, him being the bread is him coming with the understanding of God. Again, this is why we must be in order when it comes to God. The only way we can receive God's truth is by going through the high priest that's sent among us to give us this truth.
So there will be only one high priest in the last days?
Correct.
And there were many high priests, though, back then, right?
No. Like we were saying.
Hold up. That might cause a little confusion because we was talking about this last night. It was a verse, I forget what verse that was. It was talking about every high priest talking about their own sins. Something about they getting rid of their own sins and sacrifice of every high priest to show.
What we saying is, it's one high priest at a particular time. Moses didn't stand when Noah stood. Noah didn't stand when David stood. None of these people stand when Jesus will stand. I mean, when the prophesied Christ will stand. They all high priests though. So it's gonna be one high priest at a particular time. This is how you clear up the confusion. If it's many high priests, how can we know which one is true? How can we follow you over here and we over there? Like the high priest is the head of the organization. If anybody can be a high priest at this time, there's many heads. That would mean many movements, many different directions. That's confusion. It's one narrow path when it comes to God. That's why it would be one high priest. But that doesn't take away from other priests, because this high priest is a priest maker. This is how you become a priest.
Yeah, for sure. So you do actually trust in the accounts of Noah and what happened? Or you can probably just explain it to me through your understanding and I'll tell you how I see it. Like the Noah regarding the flood, where he said, I would no more destroy all mankind. And he made a covenant. And people, this might be from Sound Doctrine. I don't know if it's in the Bible, but rainbow will show as the sign of his covenant that he would not destroy all flesh no more.
Yeah, but these things are written down for example. Like this flood is the flood of information. This flood is across the earth right now. That's the Egyptian sea that we just brought out in 11 and 15, Isaiah 11:15. This is the information that everybody got on their minds. This is the watered down information when it comes to God that everybody got on their minds right now. So this flood is already here. The rainbow would be the sun, right? At the end of the
It'll be the energy coming from the sun, yeah.
right? So again, these things are all written for example, and these things are happening right now.
So it's a parallel, you saying?
Yeah,
Without the physical repetition?
right.
So these are all parallels without physical repetitions. These are metaphorical repetitions that show how the spirit moves.
Right, because like you were saying earlier, we have all these examples in the earth. We got trees, we got stone, we got stars, we got clouds. We can see God's order in these things. The sun gives you life. The sun gives everything life on earth. When it comes to God, the sun is what gives everybody life when it comes to the information. That's what I was saying earlier. Christ is the bread of life, everlasting life. So just like the sun gives light and life to the world, God's Son of Man gonna give life and life to the world. These are just examples in the world that show you God's order.
Right. And also the sun is purging and healing, you know what I'm saying? It gives you a type of fire. And it said he'll come back. He said he wanted to destroy by water, but when he come back, he'll destroy by fire, right? That's something like that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that fire, we ain't talking about what we were seeing, all the fires that been happening. We talking about a different type of fire. We talking about the fire that's inside, because we're focused on the kingdom that is within.
Right.
Oh, all right. You just talking about you got the key to. You saying you basically got the key with you. You know what I'm saying? You strapped up. You can uncover your head.
Correct.
All right, say less. I ain't gonna knock nobody, because that's love. Just, you know what I'm saying, to try to uplift each other.
Exactly.
Saying?
That's really what we are here to do. Because
Right.
if you truly love your brother, you're gonna tell him the truth to correct him. And a fool hates correction.
Right. So how would you say? All right, you was born in the spirit, right? When were you born into the spirit?
I was born into the spirit after meeting the Son of Man.
Right. And that spirit guides you through certain situations to show certain things or prophecies, right? Through the will.
Right.
And you're going by the Bible through the will, right? That's the will?
You say going by the Bible to do the will? That's what you said?
Yeah, I say going by the Bible to do the will, right?
No. Because the Bible can't show me how to do the will. The
I
image of
mean, to show approval of what you are doing. That's basically what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, the Bible is used for correction and reproof. So yeah.
And not only the Bible, y'all use all the lost books, right? And the
Real.
Quran and all that. Y'all know
Real.
how to align them to, you know what I'm saying, to the understanding of God.
Right.
All right, so let's get into the understanding then instead of me yapping. Because I got most of what I needed.
Hold on, brother. What we saying is because if we can agree that there's a head and the head reveals things to you, you have to
Right.
show us who is revealing these things to you. That's why I asked you that earlier. You steady saying let's get into the scriptures and reveal things.
You say you got the head, y'all got the head with y'all, so y'all will reveal the spirit of truth, right? Through the approval of the scriptures.
Yeah, but every time we get to a scripture, you tell us that's not what it means. So you don't truly believe that we with the head. You're not asking your questions genuinely, like you want to know.
I'm asking based off what was
Hey, brother, did I
taught.
speak with you last night? Did I speak with you last night? Are you the 21-year-old?
Yeah, bro. What's up, Eddie?
All right, what's going on, bro?
What's
Yeah,
going on?
just you should try to rephrase everything and ask questions. Because you want to make sure that you don't try to interpret something that's not meant for you, right?
That's why I'm asking these questions every time I bring out something I'm saying. I'm asking based off what y'all are giving. This is not my knowledge. I'm telling you, I'm going off sound doctrine. So I'm saying if y'all giving me the understanding, I'm also going off the approvals too to try to tie them understandings in or to align the scriptures to what the will are doing. So as you said, many people are in this book. So
Peace and blessings to
y'all
you.
y'all had the keys in head. The spirit will reveal that the head is here because it said two or more gathered. His presence is here. So I'm saying I'm just trying to get the refreshing so I may refresh others.
Listen, just to kind of reset the conversation, the revolution is happening right now. Basically, with without will, we want to participate in it. So all the world leaders are falling, and they're gonna have to be replaced with righteous leaders. So that's really what we up here doing is we calling the elect, those who want to serve in these government positions. We just up here spreading the message because we know they're out there, and that's really who we're looking for right now. Right now this message isn't really for everybody in the world to get this. We're looking for leaders, in God's new kingdom. So, if you're not able to hear this right now, it's okay. It's not like nothing bad gonna happen to you. It's just right now this just might not be for you. That's all. At this time, but eventually, you'll understand if you keep coming around. You'll see it. But yeah, I mean, if you had any other questions about the movement, about the revolution, what you can do to contribute, or what all this is about, in terms of the revolution, we definitely can have that conversation if you're interested.
Yeah, for sure. The revolution is to make all things new. So what are the old things that are not pleasing to God no more?
Well, the old things are the ways of our forefathers, leading out and anointing ourselves to do things that God haven't sent us out to do. So we didn't take this upon ourselves to start a revolution. We didn't just wake up one day and say, hey, let's change something, because if that's the case, then Marcus Garvey would have did it. This is all being done according to prophecy, how it will play out in the last days. All the spiritual texts are talking about a revolution that will occur in the last days when God's natural order will be restored on earth. So that's happening now, brother.
Yeah, for sure. And that order, as we all know, is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit that lives in all of us, right? Through his comfort.
Well, order is more like a chain of command. Like how you have like in the military or in a gang, you have you have a hierarchy, a chain of command.
Right.
And, God's order is God, Christ, which is the one set apart from man in all matters pertaining to God. And then you have man and woman and children. This is the order of God.
In this revolution, it's a kingdom being set up that is, as y'all say, from the heavenly mind state. And in that heavenly mind state, who cannot enter this kingdom?
Well, everybody will be in the kingdom. That's why it's written, some will be the greatest and others will be the least in the kingdom.
No, it says adulteries. There's a verse we can go to. It says, who cannot enter the kingdom? Meaning, if you have these things that live inside you, these type of spirits or allegiances, you
When I
can never
reset,
see.
hang on. Remember when I reset the conversation, this was geared in the direction of the revolution in terms of you having any questions about it.
That's tied to the revolution, because to revel up to.
Hang on 1 second so you can see what I'm really saying, because I haven't made my point yet.
My fault.
The whole point of the revolution is not because this is something that we took it upon ourselves to do. This is all according to the prophecy. That's why the spirit of revolution is on the earth. Like, if you get outside your house, like if you actually get out here in the streets and interact with your people, you'll see there's a spirit of revolution all around the world right now. Not just in Africa, but even here in the States. I know definitely here in Atlanta. So we actually get outside, we'll see. It's a reason why this is happening now. It's a reason why people are standing up and taking a stand for themselves in this day. That's because the spirit is on the earth for the second time. It's returned. And this is why the whole world is moving in this direction. But
Return from where?
But the prophecy I'm speaking of in terms of the kingdom was written in Daniel, in the book of Daniel, chapter 7. But the saints of the Most High shall take the kingdom and possess the kingdom forever, even forever and ever. And that's also aligned with the saints judging the world. See, most people don't know that the Lord's people, these are the workers of the kingdom. This isn't just us waiting for Christ or some mythological creature to come back to just do everything. No, there's going to be workers in the kingdom, the government that rests on his shoulders. And this is what I was talking about in the beginning of the conversation when I said these are the ones that we're reaching out to, because these are the ones that need to be gathered up first so that the gospel can be spread to the four corners of the earth. But you got it.
Yeah, for sure. Let's talk about the work, man. It's just time to get to work. Yeah, bro, I'm listening, I'm hearing out. I'm saying most of the stuff y'all said, like when I first came in this joint, I understand most of the things y'all was saying through the viewpoints and the metaphorical terms, but I just don't understand where you're coming from when y'all say the throne existed. I'm saying that's like the only physical thing that represents what y'all doing now. When there's many other things and many other prophecies that show you that there's a lot of things that tie to it.
Brother, I didn't my understanding was really finite too when I first came into this. For the first couple months, my whole mindset, I'm thinking, this is something that we have to do. Like, we literally got to figure out a way to overthrow the Pope, Shit, we literally got to figure out a way to unalive all these leaders, take the kingdom. So, like, my whole mindset, this was a process of renewing, understanding that this isn't a war with flesh. So this is what scares a lot of people off when we talk about revolution, because the first thing that comes in their mind is what? Their own understanding of what a revolution is. So the first thing they think about is what? Shit, guns, blood, loss of life. But this is a spiritual battle. That's why it's written, the battle is not yours, it's the Lord. So the Lord is the one who arms us for battle and who sends us out to battle. And all we have to do is tell the truth. This is the thing, when we do this in line with the prophecies, in line with the vision of God, all we have to do is spread the truth. This is how we lift up our voice and tear down the walls of Jericho. And that's what's happening right now, brother. And that's why all these world leaders are following.
Respect. So the revolution, it starts with God's people, right? That will be spread out, as y'all say, through the head of this time. Forget all the other times. Let's forget about all that. Let's not dwell on the past. Let's get back to him saying, as you said, let's focus on the revolution, because that's the most important thing. So the revolution, it ain't gonna be televised. We know that because it's in the spirit. It ain't gonna be in the flesh.
Yeah, well, they say a lot of things about what they're gonna do with the revolution, but shit, if I got anything to do with it, it's definitely gonna be some footage. But yeah, go. I understand what they say about
Meaning
it.
it ain't gonna be marketed the way how they, you know what I'm saying, shed light on it because this world is in darkness.
Yeah, it's not gonna be mainstream. It's gonna come from the
Yeah,
underground.
yeah.
That's where the Son of Man came from, the underground. So quite naturally, that's where you're gonna be able to see it. At first, it's gonna be shown through the underground, but eventually, the whole world gonna see it.
But there's also prophecies, right, in Revelation that reveal like how this revolution will come to be, but the action is just a mystery about it.
Well, it was a mystery before the light came in the earth, and this is how we know that. This is how we know that the truth was never here before, because we wasn't able to sing the new song. See, for us to been able to go into this book, for one, the Son of Man would have had to unseal it, because before then it was sealed. Nobody could even open it. But after that, um, the reigning of priests that serve our God would happen on earth. And this is the new song. So it's written, you are worthy to take the scroll and to open its seals because you were slain. And with your blood, you purchased for God persons from every tribe and language and people and nation. You've made them to be a kingdom and priests to serve our God, and they will reign on the earth. See, this is the problem with the lie. The lie tells us that Christ already came, but if Christ came and unsealed the scrolls, then the understanding of the book would have went forth, and the reigning on earth would have came forth. The meek would have inherited the earth, but that didn't happen, brother. So this is how we know, not only did the Son of Man tell us these things, but just thinking about them logically and removing emotions and feelings, you can see how the enemy deceived the whole world.
Yeah, for sure. That line. What verse you just read?
That was Revelations chapter 9, verses 9 through 10, the new song.
Oh, all right. Yeah. So all right, the new song.
That's what we singing, brother. This is what we singing. The books have been unsealed, and the kingdom is being taken as we speak. We just looking for the ones, the elect that God already predestined from birth. We just spreading this message so that they can get to them, because when they hear it, they gonna pick up on it, and they're gonna take up their cross. Because that's just how it is. We don't know why God selected who it chose to select, but it did. So here we are.
Yeah. And that's I'm saying that's the reason why we're in this situation now, due to selection of one's own understanding. So I understand you when you say that.
Yeah, it blew my mind, in church, because my grandma recently passed, and she was a church administrator. She dealt with like all the paperwork and stuff, and I was, just cleaning up her house, and like the last preacher that got elected to preach, it was a vote taken. Like members of the church, like they all had vote cards. I'm going through it, and I'm looking, I'm like, well, damn, well this is how they elect preachers. They just take a vote in the church. But then they stand up in the pulpit and say shit that I've been called by the Spirit. Now that's a lie, ain't it, brother?
Yeah. Or they be like the Lord says, or tell you what your destiny is.
Yeah, but it's man doing works the whole time. It's man taking it upon himself to say what's right and wrong, what's good and what's evil. And this was to follow man. This is what all them stories from the beginning to the end is talking about. It's talking about the state of mankind in the last days and how we would be redeemed. If you got that understanding, brother, then you understand all holy scriptures, bro. From the Quran, the Bible, the lost books. Just with that understanding right there, you understand every single one of them, bro.
Yeah, these are different mind states for different shifting times.
Got
And each
mindsets of the people in the last days. Correct.
and not only in the last days, but we understand that all mindsets that have been passed down are still trying to make their way through this new song, right? These traditions or these self-seeking spiritual enlightenments.
Well, that's one way you can say it, yeah, because the prophecies was given to our ancestors, so that was the first coming of God on earth, by it giving dreams and visions to men. You know, these prophecies that was recorded, talking about later times. So yeah, you can say it like that.
Yeah, so it's kind of like a reincarnation. It's like because God don't change, so He will raise up like He did. He will raise up prophets, and people will start. Well, He won't raise up prophets. He will pour out His Spirit, so people will prophesy.
Exactly, and that's the whole thing about looking. That's the whole thing about removing the imagination from the will of God. God always works through people. You know, but the liar, the Satan would have us to believe that the deception would have us to believe that God works through fairy tales, through mythological creatures, through ghosts. You know,
Yeah, one thing about imagination, it's like, as y'all would say, vain imagination. I think vain imagination comes from somebody planting a doctrine in you. I'm saying instead of you, as you said, come to a child, as it said, come to God as a child. I'm saying we have lost that because I'm saying people feeding their child's chicken bones at one. I'm saying that's the same thing. I'm saying we get this type of energy without the submission to what God has planned. As you said, the revolution. So how do you tie these things and these visions that you have been given through the scriptures? How do you tie it to nowadays? Like when you see like certain synchronicities regarding like uh Christ descending from heaven and all that. People think he's coming from heaven, but he's going to descend from, I'm saying, as y'all say, a mind frame that has been broken to restore it.
well, brother, the first thing you would have had to been predestined from birth. You know, God would have had to have already chosen you to be amongst the elect to receive this good news at first, to be the workers of the kingdom to spread it. So that's something that we did not do nothing to deserve that. We were chosen for that. But secondly, you know, because we know many are called, but only few are chosen. So out of those who called, the few that's chosen, you know, would have had to have humbled themselves and come to God as a child. You know, children can't get food for themselves. So children don't have no food on them. Children only have what their parents give them. You know, in this case, the only truth of God, we would have it only through the Son of Man, because that's the mediator. You know, so secondly, you know, that was just us submitting to the will of God and hearkening to the voice, and that's the only way that our minds was renewed. You know, and from there we just serve as effective witnesses. You know, that's the single greatest thing that we can do is just be a witness, an eyewitness of His Majesty. You know, and spread the news, the testimonies of the saints. You know, this is how we take the kingdom.
And you know you're being called too, right, brother?
Huh?
You know you're being called?
Yeah, I'm just trying to listen, you know what I'm saying, and let God do what He do. You know what I'm saying, just I'm open, but I'm also guarded. You know what I'm saying.
That's wise, brother. But and this is why the revolution is so important, because you know it's we not, you know, we don't really want to spend the rest of our life having to build up walls around us and constantly be on defense mode. You know, because this is not how life was meant to be. You know, but it was set like that for an appointed time, because why, this was all according to God's prophecy. You know, so, but these times, these are the last times, y'all. You know, so this is why we get up here. This is why we hosting these lives. You know, spreading this gospel as far as we possibly can. You know, obviously we do get outside on foot and interact with the community. But yeah, you know, this is our work. You know, in the last days, you know, to spread the gospel. And again, you know, we just looking for the elect. Everybody has a unique journey. You know, just because you didn't get it the first time, don't mean you might not get it the second time. You know, but
Oh, so y'all saying the first coming was never here, only in the last days?
right. So the first coming was God giving men dreams and visions of the prophecies, and this is what we have when we read what we call the Bible. So that was the first coming of the Spirit, His Spirit being poured out unto mankind, revealing these things. The second coming would be when he would pour out his spirit into an anointed vessel, which would be the Son of Man, who we call Christ. That would happen in the last days. And that would be the completion of his new creation. You know how on the last day was what? God creating man and woman. That's representation of the new creation, those being born again. So once that happened, the creation is complete. Now we enter into what? The eternal rest. That's the Sabbath. That's the true Sabbath. That's why the Son of Man is called the Lord of the Sabbath. Why? Because he is the one that ushers in the eternal rest.
When you said in the beginning what you just said, you said, what was that in the beginning you just said? Because something just clicked through like real quick when you said that. You said, oh yeah, because you said that in the beginning, who gave the ancestors the covenant to show the way? And why? How did they turn from that? Like, because Christ wasn't here, that's what you're saying?
Well,
That's why they turned from it?
it was written. That's how it would happen for one. You know, that's how it was. That's how the prophecy was written. So, and this was all really God just illustrating how God is in control of every single thing. You know, and it was never designed for us to be the ones to take the charge, for us to decide what is right and what was wrong. God was going to be the one to show us, but God was going to show us in its own way by pouring out its spirit unto a vessel to show us the way instead of us all running out, you know, taking it upon ourselves.
Yeah. It's like everything was built off, like, even times. So that's why I know it's like the change of times was built off what Christ has been given to the ancestors, but y'all standpoint is that he was never in the flesh. That was God's spirit until he was born in the flesh. But all right, the doctrine of them being born in the flesh, he wasn't born from God, he was born from a man, right?
So,
I'm talking about his body, not his spirit.
That's the only way humans get here, you know, is through a male and a woman. So the mystery of the Virgin Mary, that's talking about how he would be birthed from undefiled information. Again, these are allegories. These are not literal stories that actually happen. And this is what I'm talking about earlier when I say removing the fairy tale, the imagination aspects of going into this book, because nothing about God is a fairy tale. He's real. Well, it is real. But I wanted to say something you just mentioned about, you know, God's times, just to show you how the prophecies speak on how these things would be given into the hand of the enemy for a time. Daniel chapter 7, verse 25. And it's written, and he shall speak great words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High. He shall change times and law, and they shall be given into his hand until the time and times and the dividing of time. Okay? So when the Son of Man returns, that's the end of those times. That's the end of darkness. Why? Because the Son of Man is the light. And this is how we know that the Son of Man was never here, because if that's the case, the world would have never turned back dark.
For sure. And it said, I don't know, it's like the understanding that I'm saying that confuses me is like when people's certain things that have been brought up through the church. It's like the passing. People always focus on death and not the life. I'm saying, so that was my main focus on like where are we going, like how to get myself right before I leave this body. You know what I'm saying, because I know everything that you carry is going to be washed away or it's going to be thrown away through what is written in the scriptures, the darkness or gnashing of teeth, when he says you never knew me. Where are they getting casted to?
And you know what, brother? Only the realists who can admit the fact that they really don't know what's going to happen, they're really not unsure about their salvation. Those who are real enough to look themselves in the mirror and say, you know what? I'm actually kind of scared about this shit, because I really don't know what the hell is going to happen.
Right.
Those are the ones that end up being humble enough to receive this truth. Why? Because they're real. You know how many people will spend the rest of their life, bro, even though in the back of their mind, they know damn well they don't know nothing about heaven or hell. The preacher man been telling them you're going to go to hell if you don't do this. So their whole life they've been conditioned thinking, shit, I'm going to go to hell anyway. but let me try and do the best that I can to get to heaven. But then it's like you're playing hot potato and just hoping that the day that you die, you just so hoping to been doing right at that moment that you died. Maybe that's gonna be the reason why you can get to heaven. There's no way to live our life, bro. You know.
Oh, right.
That's why we don't have rest. Why? Because we're seeking the truth. That's why we're weary. Because we are wondering what is going to happen. But see, this is why this is where the Lord of the Sabbath comes in. He's the one who gives us this rest. So those of us who have received him, those of us who have witnessed his majesty, we don't have those same problems anymore, bro. We don't have those same worries.
Right. And it's
Excuse me,
also like,
I don't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to make sure I got the last scripture you just gave before we forget.
Okay, that was where it said they should change the times and the laws. That one,
Yes.
that was Daniel chapter 7, verse 25.
Thank you. Sorry.
Hmm.
oh yeah, I was also gonna say, you said changing times and laws, right? That's what you just said.
Right. That's a part of the prophecy in Daniel chapter 7 and 25.
So that's what the BC AC's for. That's the they was changing.
What see, and that is an example of changing times and laws, because you do not see no AC or no BC in the Bible, do you?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? You
So
know,
that's the doctrine they founded on and perverted
exactly. And
to get.
this is what happened in the siege of Magdala in 1868. That was one of the greatest military expeditions in the world, but it was one of the least talked about, bro. This is where they took the prophecies from in Ethiopia, Great Britain, and they converted them into the Bible. Now, when I say that word convert, don't take it like, they changed it and now it's all a lie. No, what I'm saying is they took the prophecies and put it out into general population. Those prophecies was meant for the Levitical priesthood, the elect, the people that we're calling right now. They was not meant for the world. But this is why the world has been drowning. Why? Because they got their hands on God's mail and it wasn't meant for them to open it.
And they let peasants rule over princes that were meant to be kings.
That's one way. I mean, I ain't never
Or it was meant to be a divine plan to put blinders on us to, I'm saying, remove that rock around our heart to make our heart full of flesh. We can look at it that way. Because we turned away from commandments. We turned and gave in to the world. And that's why we're in this situation now. And that's the revolution is not about the world, it's about the spirit, right?
correct. This is all about God. This is all about God's vision being fulfilled.
But
And it affects everything else beneath it, including the physical.
all right. Yeah, for sure. So it was spirit before flesh at all, right?
Well, correct, because God is spirit.
And that form came through as we right now speaking. It came through the thought of energy being formed. Through
Right.
not was it through Christ or was it no? Christ is God though. If we think about it, like that's just God, God's presence.
Well, see, before Christ, we before the Son of Man in the last days, we had no knowledge of God. We had no connection to God. We were separated. This is why the Son of Man represents he is the mediator. He's the one that connects us to God. So before the Son of Man, there was no connection to God. It was just vain imaginations. It was just lies and darkness. Just as it was written in the beginning, darkness covered the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the waters. The waters meaning the information, and said, "Let there be light." You know how they say, "Don't keep me in the dark"? It's talking about information. That's how people have been colonized, with information in their mind. This is why the renewing of our mind. This is how the rebirthing takes place. It's not talking about people literally getting up out of their graves. It's talking about people who was lost but now they see. Lost but now they found. Blind but now they see.
And you believe the spirit can raise all things to life?
In the spiritual, correct. This is what now. Let me say this again. God can do whatever it chooses to do.
Right.
But in the sense of this conversation, the spiritual awakening, this is talking about something on the spiritual realm, the renewing of your mind, not literally corpses getting up out the ground. That's what the rebirth is talking about.
And how did Christ overcome the world?
by laying down his life. You know, by accepting the persecution, by setting aside his own agendas. He could have chose to live his own life, you know, but he set aside his life and sacrificed it. You know, and this is, I mean, this is his sacrifice. You know, this is his burden. You know, having to take the burdens of all the knowledge that we puffed ourselves up with. You know, he laid down his life and nailed himself to those burdens so that we can have the truth.
For sure. To lay one's life down is not only a spiritual sense, but it's also a physical sense.
Well, see, we know that if Christ was to lay his life down, then the work would be incomplete. You know, in the physical sense of how you're talking, right?
Because because Christ, the spirit that is, he said, I will raise myself up. So the spirit within him raises him up to overcome death. Because there is no such thing as death if the spirit is in you, because the spirit lives forever.
So you know how it's written, the power of life and death is in the tongue?
Yes.
So people can unalive you with words. It's not literally talking about your physical body is going to go in the grave if somebody, you know, dead you with words. You know,
But I
so,
know with
so the spiritual life that's being spoken, this is the renewing of the mind. This is the truth. This is why I meant earlier when I said the revolution will be successful only because of us speaking. It's the voices, it's the shouting. That's what tear down the walls of Jericho. This is what all these stories are illustrating. The new song, the trumpets. This is all talking about the truth being aired in the earth in the last days. This is how the captives get set free.
Sure. So to be set free is to, you saying you have to see Christ in the flesh. That's what y'all saying, basically.
Correct.
Not Christ in your flesh, not Christ within. You're talking about Christ from another man.
I got a
Christ from a chosen man. And how will you be able to see that he was chosen? Like, what was that for you? Because everybody different. I'm saying they go through different things. They got different perceptions.
brother, man. Still to this day, I cannot tell you why I was called. It's definitely nothing that I don't feel like it's nothing that I did or didn't do. I don't know why I was called, brother.
It's really not what you did. It's what you received. That's what I'm trying to get at. Like, what like hit you, like that hitting point to where it's like, oh yeah, this is real. Like all the synchronicities just start coming back to you. Like a remembrance came back.
I see what you're saying. Well, my whole life changed completely.
Mm-hmm.
Everything was just a night and day complete change. You know, my mindset, I was in a taker mentality. You know, all I did was take and take and take, you know. And after hearkening to the voice, you know, my whole life changed. And now, you know, all I think about really is giving. You know, before that, I did not know God. I mean, I was in darkness, you know, and I was one of the ones in the slaughterhouse, you know, in the family business, leading other sheep to the slaughter. You know, so I had blood on my hands, you know, my whole life. So, you know, this really separated me from my entire family, you know, as it was written. This has changed my life, you know, for the better, my health, my state of mind, my peace, my mentality. You know, I mean, everything for me has been going up. I mean, have I lost some weight? Yeah. You know, in terms of friends, in terms of baggage, in terms of things that I really didn't need. Yeah, I done lost some weight, but I've only been winning ever since. You know, I hearken to the voice. So that's just my experience.
Yeah, that's love. Because when you get the light of life, you can literally choose to do whatever you want because you have that righteousness within you. So yeah, that's love.
Mm-hmm.
And it's never self-seeking. So that's one thing I respect. You know what I'm saying? We try to bring people together, you know what I'm saying? And just to live, you know what I'm saying? I'm tired of these mediators. I'm tired of, either the mediator or the bondage through the birth certificate, either the mediator through the bondage of the preacher. I'm just tired of anybody mediating. I want to meet the Father. Like I'm not only looking for the kingdom. I'm looking for my Father.
Well, brother, I
And
want
that
to
spirit.
leave you with this, and it shows you the importance of being an eyewitness as opposed to just relying on your imagination. Because at the end of the day, at the end of the conversation, you still got to make up your mind and decide for yourself. All we can do is put it out there. But this is sin, not how we took it upon ourselves to define it. This is the truth in terms of sin. And it's in 1 John chapter 3, verse 6. Whosoever abideth in him sinneth not. Whosoever sinneth have not seen him, neither known him. I don't know about you, brother, but when I was in church growing up in all them years, I would see verses like this, and I just act like I ain't see that shit. Because how else can you live with yourself? Because I know I did not see the Lord. I didn't.
Yeah, he chooses to reveal himself to who he chooses.
Exactly. It is the Lord who reveals God. Who chooses to reveal. Exactly, brother. And this is what happens in the last days. And this is why we can speak with authority on matters pertaining to God, because we have the truth. It's like when you hear a song for the first time, you like it, you bob your head to it, but you can't just start rapping the words because you don't know the lyrics. But now that we have connection to the source, the mediator, now this new song, oh yeah, we can rap this shit front and backwards now.
For sure. And we know Christ is not from here. That's not his place of home, right?
Oh, well, Christ is very much so a man. Understand, this is not fairy tale, bro. This is a literal man walking the earth now. He is here now in the flesh. His name is Yaju Judah.
Yeah, I say that to say because it says, I'm saying we know that God's spirit will not last in flesh forever. I'm saying, so
The flesh don't last forever, but the spirit never dies, brother.
yeah, the spirit never dies. I'm saying it won't last in the flesh though. It won't be with flesh forever, as it was written. It said it won't be for like 120 years. That was, I'm saying, the purpose of man to live, or his time limit.
Well, in terms of forever, again, that's the purpose of this conversation. The kingdom shall be established forever. And that's the only forever that really matters, brother.
Right.
God being established forever, and this is the time that we're living in. It's written in Habakkuk to look at the nations and watch and be utterly amazed. For I will do a thing in your days that you will not believe, even if it was told to you. Now, it don't get no more clear than that, brother.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, we
man.
have on Monday nights, we have a Zoom call. If you want to actually, be able to speak with the other saints and Yaju himself and get more information about the movement and how you can be involved. That's always open. If you make up your mind and you want to do that, you just go to the website and send the administrator a message with your name and number. And, also check out the petition. It's basically meant to raise awareness that this is going on. It's actually happening in our days now. Because a lot of our brothers and sisters around the world, they don't, they're not as in tune with media and stuff like that that's happening. So that petition is just to raise awareness. So if you can look that over and sign that. But yeah, if you want to get more information and get more in tune with the revolution and what you can do to participate or just to stay connected with what's going on, I encourage you to do that and definitely check out those YouTube videos. He got over 800, 900 videos, and that's the real bread from heaven, brother. So I just encourage you to to look into those things moving forward, and keep tapping in with us. I'll definitely add you, give you a follow. You're hungry, brother. Appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, for sure. I've been signed the petition, I'm saying. I went over it. I see what he's saying. I'm saying it look, I'm saying, to where what y'all testify of. I'm saying all y'all saying. So it do align. Especially either physically and mentally, because in that joint he uses physical things like earthquakes
and all this other thing to show that the chaos that is happening is only, I'm saying, just a warning for y'all to show that Christ is here and alive. So I'm saying I get what y'all coming from that. Like I said, I'm always on guard. So it ain't nothing about y'all. It's me. It's about me and my flesh. You know what I'm saying, the spirit version. You know what I'm saying, my flesh, not y'all flesh, because we don't war after flesh and blood.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So
We
I had
definitely
to take.
we definitely not here for yes man. You know, we really here for the rebels. You know, the sinners. You know, those who want to ask questions and those who know the shit is not right. You know, and you got the courage to speak up and challenge something when it don't sound right. You know, that's who we are, brother. So
Because my mindset and how I digested all this, whether it be through the word of doctrine, because I wasn't too in the church. I was never into nothing but the streets, you know what I'm saying? And my own defiancy. You know what I'm saying, I didn't want to hear nothing from nobody. I don't care what you talking about. It was always my way or no way. And then once I realized and got humbled through certain situations, like, you're not going to prosper nothing in life if, you know what I'm saying, you don't have spirit in you. Then I realized, like, it's not just what I'm talking about, it's how I'm moving. I'm saying that's what like y'all said, change diets, change mindsets, change all that. But still, I believed in the one who came, who is here and will always be here. You know what I'm saying, that's why I got it in my heart too. And it gave me certain understandings that let me at peace, but you're not supposed to thirst ever again. You know what I'm saying, I still had that thirst, wanting more, wanting just wanting, you know what I'm saying, just certain things like didn't seem right. So it's like it broke me down, like to where like forget information. I just need love that weighs out all sin. You know what I'm saying, all lies. Just like how, I don't know if you ever watched Lion King, when Scar told him the lie that he killed his father. That's the same lies that have been told to all of us. We've been forced into this mindset of we have to be condemned and destroyed to get life. But really, love casts out all sins, man. So that's my mindset on certain things. And also, I have a mindset that there is a spirit that has prepared a place for me when I transition out this body, to where I can feel free forever. To where, you know what I'm saying, I don't have to look after the stars and signs and all that. It will be within me. Or as is written, there will be no light from the sun. I don't know what verse that is. I'm just going off certain things I kind of like remember. But yeah, bro, I appreciate you bearing your time and saying.
yeah, no doubt, brother. Like I said, definitely yeah, definitely check the website out and get tapped in with us. You know, on those Zoom calls, because we are looking for more leaders. You know, so and it's very few of us out here. We all over the place too. So, shit, we in New Zealand, shit, we in England, we in Africa, we all over the place. Right? We just on the we just looking for all of God's elect people. You know, the ones who are the true workers of the kingdom to help us lift up Christ. You know, so this is how we take the kingdom, brother. So yeah, it's definitely yeah, it's definitely a pleasure speaking with you, and you know, definitely anytime you see us around, you know, feel free to definitely tap back in with us, brother.
Yeah, for sure. I just wanted to leave off with this. You know what I'm saying, I was about to say, like, my focus is basically on like the place that already been prepared for us. We just had to work it out while we here. You know what I'm saying? It's like, because as it's written, like, there's few workers, but everybody want to be chosen. I want to do the work. You know what I'm saying, I want to do the work so diligent that it pleases not only the Father, but everybody connected to that mission. You know what I'm saying, so that's my head right now where I'm at. I'm just gonna keep tapping in. Every time I get something, you know what I'm saying, I have a question, you know what I'm saying, I keep tapping in, try to connect and grow.
You ever did work at the labor hall, like at the day labor places?
What's that?
Like how you can go get a job and get paid the same day, like at the labor hall doing like general labor,
Oh
you
yeah,
know?
yeah. I've been doing that since a young boy.
Okay. So, you know, in order for you to get work, you got to what? You got to go to the hall.
For sure.
You might not always get called, you know, for a job, you know, your first day, your second day, but eventually over time you gain seniority, you know, and you gain more more jobs, shit. You gain more pay, you know. And this the same way, you know, when you come to the table, you know, they eat from the bread of heaven.
Yeah, that's that order of patience that have been perverted nowadays because everybody want to get quick without the understanding and love. If you don't have understanding and love, everything is meaningless. For real, for real. But I respect you, bro. I respect all, you know what I'm saying? I don't got no type of, you know what I'm saying, illness to any of my brothers that's trying to grow in, you know what I'm saying? The illness comes when we neglect correction, you know what I'm saying? And I'm open for all types of correction.
That's what's up, brother. That's what's up.
Hey, bro, what's
What?
your real name again?
Raheem.
Raheem.
Thanks, Raheem,
Yeah.
for repeating that too,
Oh,
bro.
the Adam.
Absolute pleasure, bro.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure.
All right, salute to you, brother, man. We'll catch you next time.
All right, salute. I'll probably be back tonight.
All right, peace, peace.
All right, peace. Oh, Exodus, y'all.
Yeah, y'all, we looking for our people. We know y'all out there. We know God already set y'all aside since birth. And we know you've been waiting for this truth. You know, we don't know exactly where we don't know exactly where you at, but we know you out there. So, you know, this is why we sounding the horns, y'all. Gathering the elect. This is how we take the kingdom. You know, so our brothers and sisters, you know, wherever y'all at, you know, hopefully this message get to y'all in due time. But you know, it's definitely our work, and we're gonna continue to do it the best we can. Spreading this truth every day. So, want to jump in, bro?
Yeah. Peace, peace, family. Peace, peace. Peace, peace. How's everybody doing? Y'all gonna be in for a treat tonight. We got the king. He coming up next after me. You know, bringing up the rear to end our 24-hour broadcast. What's up, family? Y'all ready for that treat? Yeah, the king is here. Peace, peace, family. Peace, peace, Kelly Bird. How you doing? You know you can come up on the live. We don't bite. We just family. Yeah, what's up? What's up? What's up? Lee Van in the house. Let's see if I can get her up. Let's see. No. Nobody want to come up. What's going on, y'all? Yeah, no, yeah, we got. Let me see. Let me see if I can put some. Yes, yes. What's up, brother Locke? Y'all welcome to come up. We family. We just having conversation. I like this, bro. The Bible versus the Word made flesh. Come on up if you have something to say about it. Let's talk about it. The Bible versus the Word made flesh. And while you at it, just check out www.yajujudah.com. Sign a petition if you feel compelled to. Check out the declaration. Check out the UCC1 document. This is what Christ is doing, y'all. This is how you can follow along. You can come and ask questions if you have questions. It's all about love. Hey, Goku, you know I'm not bringing you up, bro. Cancel Christmas on that one. Goku, you need to throw all that stuff that you've learned away. Learned about God away. Just throw it away, bro. It's easier for you to come up with an empty cup so that you can receive this message that's meant for you in the last days. But I doubt you do it. Brother, I'm giving you an opportunity to come up here and act right. You know what? I'm not going to do that because I want this to go on a good note. Because Christ is about to take over the mic, and just want y'all to understand that we're not up here to play. Yeah, he does need some sleep. Goku is up here every day and every night. Different profiles and everything. Come on, y'all. Tap, tap, tap. Share the live, y'all. Share and like the live. Let's see if we can get this up. Get these likes up to 50,000. Come on, y'all. Just get the likes up to 50,000. Tap, 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 tap. Let's get ready for the king. That's right. Let's like the live.
Tap in.
Tap, 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 tap. Whenever you're ready. Without further ado, the king, Yaju Judah.
Oh, it sound like I heard some bass. Got some old Barry White boy.
Yeah. Somebody said that last night.
Barry White? Yeah. I'm trying to put that meditation voice on.
Yes, yes.
What's up, y'all? Peace, peace. I'm back. Y'all seen me last night. 24-hour podcast, y'all. My brother's been holding it down, man. Been holding it down, y'all. As we always hold it down, man. And deal with the knuckleheads. You know, we do it for the real. But at the same time, you know, when they say you get it out the mud, you might come up with some leeches. That's part of getting it out the mud, y'all. So, you know, like I say, it's our job to hold the fort down. So, like I say, we got a little under 3 hours. We got a little under 3 hours, y'all. You know, I guess I just, you know, start from the top of the noggin. We don't have no guests right now. You know, I know last night I was kind of touching on dealing with the fact of the thief in the night. You know, and people are trying to correct God when God is trying to tell you the truth. You know. Close the door. Yeah.
So right now, y'all, the whole thief in the night thing is really, really real right now. It's a time where God is doing something, but you so far in darkness. You so far in darkness to where you can't see. And that's where the miracle come in at. The miracle come in where, somebody gives enlightenment to make us see through this darkness. Somebody give us what you call a bird? Our vision. Night vision. Because we don't have it. So like I say, over these last years, y'all, like you said, I think everybody that seen some kind of awakening in the earth. Like I said, I was to ride through the neighborhood, brothers reading the Bible, trying to find out what's going on. Like stuff like that, just wasn't normal. So, you could tell God has been working in the earth. But who can really see it? Who can really see the works that God is performing in the earth? Only a few. Only a few, y'all. And so, like I said, at this time, y'all, we can bring this great gospel, beautiful gospel, magnificent gospel, again, to the children of God. This brings shame to Satan kids. And Satan got a lot of kids. So this kind of information does bring shame, y'all. I always talk about the two awakenings. Right now, you're dealing with two awakenings. You deal with people that's rejoicing when they hear this. But then you also dealing with people, man, they're ashamed. They naked. They being exposed. So, but yeah, y'all welcome in. Let's go and try to end this on a good note with some good conversation. If not, I am gonna bring out from the book of Enoch, just to get some conversation going. One of the chapters I always read, just to reveal, Christ on earth, because Christ is the presence and the gifts of God. Without Christ, there's no presence and there's no gifts. So I don't know how many people got the book of Enoch, but if you don't, we all got phones. You can all turn to it. You can turn to the book of Enoch with me. And we're going to turn to the first chapter. Because we get lost in these books. We get real lost when it comes to these books, y'all. We get lost. Lost. They call them lost books, and you get them, you get more lost. Literally. So, first chapter in the book of Enoch, verse 1, it says, the words of the blessing of Enoch, wherewith he blessed the elect and righteous. So the blessing ain't for everybody. It's for the elect and righteous. The blessing is not for everybody. It's for the elect and the righteous, who will be living in the day of tribulation. So it's just not only for the elect and righteous of the world, but it's for the elect and righteous of what? Who will be living in the day of tribulation, when all the wicked and godliness are to be removed. So what is the words of Enoch about? The righteous and the elect. And not any righteous and the elect, but it's the righteous and the elect who will be living in the day of tribulation. What is the day of tribulation? And then Enoch make it more clear. When the righteous and godliness is to be removed. So this can't be 2,000 years ago, because we still got what? Wicked and godliness in the earth. It haven't been removed. Christ didn't remove it. He flew away. And the disciples had to go out and do the work. That's why I say you can either accept the Jesus that was created for you, or you can accept the one that God made. And the one that God made is what? Talking and walking. So right now, Enoch made it very clear of the words of the blessing of Enoch. Again, it's for the elect and righteous who will be living in the day of tribulation. When? Because when it's the day of tribulation, when the wicked and godliness is being removed. The prophets didn't remove it. That's why they prophesied. That's why we not prophesizing. But verse 2, Enoch chapter 1, verse 2. And Enoch answered and spake, a righteous man whose eyes were opened by God. What was Enoch? A righteous man whose eyes were opened by God. Who was Enoch? A righteous man whose eyes were opened by the books. No. By Jesus. No. By God. That he might see a vision of the Holy One in the heavens, which the angel showed me. And from them I heard everything, and I understood what I saw, but not for this generation. So what Enoch saw was not for what? His generation. But for a remote generation which are for to come. So what is the book of Enoch about? A vision, a prophecy. Enoch is not going to give you history. In the first chapter, he's going to let you know, look, these is the words of the elect and righteous who will be living the day of tribulation. And it's not what? It's for a remote generation, which is for to come. This is the book of Enoch. So it says in verse 3, concerning the elect, I spake and uttered a parable. What is Enoch book? Concerning the elect, Enoch 1 and 3, I spake and uttered a parable concerning them. Enoch spoke in parables, Christ spoke in parables, but Moses ain't speaking parables. When Moses says slaughter the lamb, that means slaughter the lamb. That's not a parable. It's not a parable. When Moses hit the rock and water came out, that's not a parable. When Moses put the snake on the pole, that's not a parable. Moses didn't speak it. The parable skipped Moses, huh? The parable skipped Moses. You see what I'm saying? Like, Moses didn't have the power to speak in parables. You know, it was just Enoch and Jesus. Matter of fact, the prophets couldn't speak in parables either. Just Enoch and Jesus. So Enoch 1 and 3, it say, concerning the elect, I spake and uttered a parable concerning them. The holy and great one will come forth from his dwelling, the God of the world. And going from hence, he will tread on Mount Sinai and appear with his host, and in the strength of his might appear from heaven. And everyone will be smitten with fear, and the watchers will quake, and the great fear and trembling will seize them until the ends of the earth. So, when Enoch talking about heaven, is this a parable? Enoch know heaven a parable. Do we know heaven a parable? Do we really want to hold on to heaven being a parable, or do we really want to hold on to heaven as somewhere we go and we just cross over? Which one? So, Enoch 1 and 4, it say, and going from thence, he will tread on Mount Sinai and appear with his hosts, and in the strength of his might appear from heaven. Now, what mountain? What mountain is Enoch talking about here? Can you literally go find Mount Sinai? Is Mount Sinai on the map? Can you throw rope and climb Mount Sinai? Can you go hiking on Mount Sinai? Let me tell you why nobody has hiked on God Mountain. Nobody. Ever. Nobody. No, nobody. Now I'm going to take y'all to the Bible. I know that's what y'all love. What you reading the book of Enoch for anyway. You supposed to be Christ. Christ ain't read out nothing but the Bible. So let's go to the book of Isaiah, y'all. Let's go to the book of Isaiah, man. Let's go to chapter 2. Let's see what mountain Enoch is talking about. Although the book says Mount Sinai, but let's understand what mountain Enoch is really talking about. And we're gonna go to verse 2. Enoch chapter 2. It says, the word that Isaiah the son of Amos saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem. It shall come to pass in the last days that the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established in top of the mountains, and shall be exalted above the hills, and all nations shall flow unto it. So the same mountain that the prophet Isaiah is speaking of, that's going to be established in the last days, it's the same mountain that Enoch is talking about, which is going to be established in the last days, where Enoch is uttering a parable. So you can't put Mount Sinai on the map because it's a parable. Mount Sinai is a parable. You can't find it in the earth. It don't exist. So let's go back to Enoch. Enoch chapter 1 verse 6. It says, and the high mountains will be shaken, and the high hills will be made low, and will melt like wax before the flame. So you notice the high mountains gonna shake. Because when you set another mountain on top of another mountain, what happened? What happened if you take another house and set it on top of another house? It's gonna be some shaking, huh? It's gonna be some rumbling. Or if you take, because really that'll crush it, but say you set something like steel, something on if you set something heavy on top of steel, that steel gonna vibrate. It gonna shake. So if you go back to Isaiah 2:2, you see what's going on. It says in Isaiah chapter 2, verse 2, it says, it shall come to pass in the last days that the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established in top of the mountains. This is why the mountain's going to be shaking. Because God's mountain is going to be what? Stacked on top of what? Their mountain. And they're going to cause them what? To shake. And then in Isaiah 2:2 it says what? And she'll be exalted above the hills. Now, what does the book of Enoch say in verse 6? In 1 and 6, if you go back to Enoch 1 and 6, it says, the high hills will be made low and will melt like wax before the flame. So you go back to Isaiah 2:2, it says what? And shall be exalted above the hills. That's why they're going to melt. At the illumination of all the hills being made low. So you see these parables, y'all. But you got people literally seeking Mount Zion. Literally. You ain't going to find it unless you found God's majesty. So it says, In verse 7, I'm back in Enoch, y'all, 1 and 7. It says, and the earth will be rent, and all that is upon the earth will perish, and there will be a judgment upon everything and upon all the righteous. There will be a judgment upon everything. I told y'all, if you're going to do God work, you really ain't going to teach. It's really a judge. The saints going to judge the world. We're gonna build many schools in our nation, so we got a lot of people want to teach. We got a lot of positions need to be filled. But if you try and teach this Bible, you're playing nothing but the role of the devil. Because this is something that's going to be done. And most likely, what's being done not going to line up with your teachings. And that's going to make you what? An enemy to God. And remember, you made yourself an enemy. We didn't do it. Enoch 1 and 8. But to the righteous, he will give peace and protect the elect, and grace will be upon them, and they will all belong to God. Don't say Jesus, huh? And they will all belong to God. And it will be well with them. And they will be blessed. And the light of God will shine upon them. These people are not going to have to leave the earth for the light to shine upon them. They on the earth and the light shining upon them. Enoch 1 and 9. And lo, he comes with 10,000s of his holy ones to execute judgment upon them. So really, if you was sent out by Christ, you would be judging. But the devil sent you out to teach. And he will destroy the ungodly and will convict all flesh of all that the sinners and ungodly have wrought and the ungodly commit against them. So I went ahead and read the whole chapter of Enoch 1 just to try to show people how what this book is really pertaining to. This book is just like the Bible. It's not pertaining to ancient times. You know, that people pick this book up and they put it before Moses. You know, like they take this book and they go everywhere. Like I said, in a whole nother rabbit hole. They get a lost book and they get more lost. Because before you got the lost book, you was lost. Now you got the lost book you think you found, and now you get more lost. But let's turn to the chapter I want to read. I do have a few guests trying to, let me see, y'all. So I think it's Enoch 60. It's a lot of good chapters, y'all, but it's one that I always read all the time that really hit home. Yes, Enoch 55, y'all. Enoch 55 and 1. Enoch 55 and 1. So if you got the book of Enoch, turn to y'all. We can get it started. Enoch 55. You know, some versions are different. Mine starts off as, and after that, the head of days repented and said, in vain I have destroyed. No, that's not even what I want. That's not the verse I want, y'all. So let's no. Hold up, bear with me, y'all. I do be getting these mixed up, so bear with me. Let me make sure.
You said 55 and 1.
No, that's not the one I wanted though. That's not the one I wanted. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's Enoch 60s. Enoch 60, chapter 62. Enoch 62. Now remember, you know how people gonna be melting, fainting, passing out, screaming. The fire gonna be hot. And see, people, the fear is not a fleshly fear. The fear is the spiritual fear, because you fear your doctrine will not stand up against this doctrine. So you fear the things that's being said, because what's being said is coming from the Spirit of God. So when we talk about fear, we're not talking about, oh man, you scared of another man. We not, like I say, y'all, I like that, like the fear. Your information does not stand at the voice of God. That's what people are fearing right now. That's why I don't get no interviews. They'll give all these people, they give interviews to, and I don't get none. Man, that's a slap in my face. That's a slap in my face. And I don't need my paperwork. Just by me saying what I'm saying, I'm doing, that should be an interview in itself. The paperwork just solidified the interview. You know, so it's really like a slap in my face, but I know what's going on. Like I say these things so you can see what's going on. So when Enoch 62, y'all, and like I say, some versions are different. So mine does start off, it says, and thus the Lord commanded the kings and the mighty and the exalted. That's how my chapter start off. In Enoch 62. And thus the Lord commanded the kings and the mighty and the exalted and those who dwell on the earth. That's how mine start off. So right now we're in Enoch 62. Now remember, I'm still in Isaiah 2. That's why I went to this chapter, because what I'm reading to you is in Isaiah 2. Just like Isaiah prophecy was in what? Enoch chapter 1. But you got to understand the prophecy. You can't get this from knowledge and wisdom. You have to understand the prophecy to see these things. So again, y'all, when Enoch 62, it says, and thus the Lord commanded the kings, the mighty and the exalted, and those who dwell on the earth, and said, open your eyes and lift up your horns, if ye are able to recognize the elect one. Now, who is this commandment given to? The kings, the mighty, the exalted, and those who dwell on earth. And what was said to all these people? Lift up your horns if ye are able to recognize the elect one. Now, why are they being told to lift up their horns? Because they was to call the ram horn, right? That's why Moses is considered a ram horn. That's why they blow out the ram horns. You know, ever seen the Hebrews with a ram horn blowing out of it? Y'all ever seen that? Put a one in the comments if you've seen the Hebrews with a ram horn blowing it. Put me a one in the comments if you've seen people, and they even got Jewish people. They got a ram horn, they blowing. But what? What they blowing for if they haven't recognized what? What they haven't recognized. They blowing the ram horn, but what they ain't recognized. It says, the kings, the mighty, and the exalted. Those who have exalted yourself. Those who are in what? Positions. Kings. Those who what? Who are mighty. They got a lot of influence over the people. And those who dwell on earth. But this is the thief in the night. Open your eyes and lift up your horns. That's your voice. If, this is the only way you're supposed to be talking. If ye are able to recognize the elect one. If not, your eyes closed and you need to shut your mouth. Because all you did was read a book. You didn't recognize Christ. You read a book. So your eyes are closed. So you must shut your mouth. But those whose eyes are open and those who have recognized what? Lift up your horns. Blow the trumpet. Make the sound. Verse 2. Enoch 62. And the Lord of spirits seated him on the throne of his glory. And the spirit of righteousness was poured out upon him. And the word of his mouth slew all the sinners, and all unrighteousness were destroyed before his face. So see how Enoch not really giving you no hocus pocus. Enoch giving you some real Jews right here. The same thing the Bible try to give you, but people to tamper with it. See, people never taught the book of Enoch. So you just read it for face value. But people don't read the Bible. Before you read the Bible, you was already taught stuff. But he's not giving it to you raw. He say, the Lord of spirits seated him on the throne of his glory. It says, and righteousness was poured out upon him, and the word of his mouth slew all sinners. So they say Christ coming back to slay many people. Christ coming back to slay, man. Christ gonna be slaying. And the word of his mouth slew all the sinners. Verse 3, Enoch 62. And there will stand up in that day all the kings and all the mighty, and the exalted, and those who hold the earth. So in that day, when the Messiah is on earth, what's going to be going on? And there will stand up in that day all the kings and the mighty. Everybody standing up, ain't they? Everybody stood up, huh? Everybody Christ. Everybody anointed. The TikTok made not TikTok, social media in itself, they made so many artificial stars. So this is a time where, again, this is what Enoch say. And there will stand in that day all the kings and the mighty and the exalted and those who hold the earth, those who hold influence. And they will see and recognize him, how he sits on the throne of his glory. And righteousness is judged before him, and no lying word is spoken before him. That go to shaking, that go to quaking, that go to melt. You know, man, what that song gotta say? I came to bring the blues. Well, no, what's that? The little cartoon song. I'm the stone that the builder refused.
Oh, Boondocks.
Yeah, the Boondocks. You know how the little song come on? He say, I'm the stone that the builder refused. I'm the stone that the builder refused. I am the intellectual that give. He say he give ladies the blues, and he do something with the men.
Yeah.
So it's just showing you how to like the truth shake people up. It make them melt. It's gonna get the ladies the blues, and it's gonna get a man somehow it go. But like I say, I forgot the song. I ain't heard it in so long, but y'all know what I'm talking about. So when people looking for earthquakes, hellfire, hell from the sky, rain, all that's parables for people being shaken up at the one what? No lying word is spoken before him. That's shake people up. Because before you could just lie. Now you really can't lie. So now everybody shook up. So here go the birth pains. See, it just told you who gonna recognize the son. Everybody. Now, just because somebody recognize him, that don't mean they're gonna be like, hey, I do, man, you Christ, man, I'm so happy you here. The Bible don't say that. When they recognize Joseph, when they recognize the father chose Joseph, what they did. When they recognized the father chose Moses, what they did, called him crazy. When they recognized the father had sent Christ, what they did, called him crazy, threw stones at him, crucified him. So just because somebody recognized the son, that don't mean it's finna be a celebration. So I'm gonna read verse 3 again, Enoch 62:3. It says, and there will stand up in that day all the kings and the mighty and the exalted, and those who hold the earth, and they will see and recognize him, how he sits on the throne of his glory, and righteousness is judged before him, and no lying word is spoken before him. Now, once they recognize, this is what take place. Verse 4, Enoch 62. Then shall pain come upon them as a woman in travail. Once they recognize who the Father has chosen, then shall pain come upon them as a woman in travail. Pac got that song, I came to bring the pain, hardcore to the brain. Let's go inside and ask the flames. I came to bring the pain. The pain. Hardcore to the what? Brain. So it says, once they find out and recognize the one the Father has chosen, then shall pain come upon them as a woman in travail, who finds it grievous to bring forth when her son enters the mouth of the womb, and she has pain in bringing forth. So the birth of the Son of God has caused pain to the kings, to the mighty, to the exalted, and those who hold earth. Just as a woman is in pain right before the contractions of a child coming out of her womb. Remember, Enoch spoke in parables about the elect. So the birth of a son of God caused the same birth pains in the world as the woman experienced birth pains when she bringing forth her child. I came to bring the pain, hardcore to the brain. Enoch 62:5. And one portion of them will look on the other, and they will be terrified, and their countenance will fall, and pain will seize them when they see that Son of Man sitting on the throne of his glory. I know my people in watch Belly, huh? Remember when those boy was eating that banana? What he said?
He said something like, right. Well, no, he said,
I don't like that shit.
I don't like that shit.
I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit. Nah. I don't like that shit. That's what my brother said. That's what my brother said. I don't like that shit, man. That's causing me too much pain. That's pain, man. This is what happened. This is the story. Verse 6. It says, and the kings and the mighty and all who possess the earth will glorify and bless and exalt him who rules over all, who was hidden. For the Son of Man was hidden before him, and the Most High preserved him in the presence of his might, and revealed him to the elect. So if anybody walking around here telling you, man, hey, man, you know, just believe in the Bible, you're going to see Jesus, and all that's lies, y'all. All that's fairy tales to get you to join their organization or pay them tithes or however you're going to benefit them. Because, you know, you got to understand, when you fill up a church parking lot, you would like advertisement for the church. We're not here for advertisement. We're not here to advertise. You know, we're here to fulfill. It's just not advertisement. Enoch 62:8. And the congregation of the holy and the elect will be shown, and all the elect will stand before him on that day. And all the kings and the mighty and the exalted, and all those who rule the earth will fall down on their faces before him, and worship and set their hope upon that Son of Man, and will petition him and supplicate for mercy at his hands. Nevertheless, the Lord of spirits will so press them that they will hastily go forth from his presence, and their faces will be filled with shame. Their faces will be filled with shame. Enoch not saying you just finna go to hell and you finna be burnt up and you ain't gonna live no more. But you gonna be shamed. Shame, shame, shame. Again, we've been up here for hours on hours, blowing the trumpet, telling our people what it is, what we are seeing, not what we just imagine, what we seeing. And y'all want to fight us with y'all imaginations. It's literally, people want us to close our eyes and walk blindly to follow your imagination. That's basically what people doing. Like, I respect someone who just believe in Jesus. But if you try to pull me to something you imagine about, and we doing something we seeing, that's wicked. That's wicked, because you pulling somebody to something that you ain't not even really sure of. You just got imagination in the book. That's all you got when it comes to Jesus. The imagination and the book. But people will pull people to a book and an imagination and try to discourage people away from what's being seen. Because like I said, y'all, we not starting a religion. We building a nation. We telling people what went on in history and what we got to do to fix it. Nobody ever did this. Nobody ever told us this. So even when you get deep into now what we doing, it just can't be no real hardcore deception. Either you with it or you not. Live your life. But you notice, people gonna try to come back because the Son of Man gonna be lifted up. And then people gonna be trying to come back and what? Petition. Supplicate. But it say what? Nevertheless, the Lord of spirits will press them that they will hastily go forth from his presence, and their faces will be filled with shame, and darkness will be piled upon their faces. And the angels of punishment will take them in charge to execute vengeance on them, because they have oppressed his children and his elect. And they will be a spectacle for the righteous and for his elect, and they will rejoice over them, because the wrath of the Lord of spirits resided upon them, and his sword is drunken with their blood. And the righteous and the elect will be saved on that day, and will never again henceforth see the face of the sinners and unrighteous. The Lord of spirits will abide over them, and with that Son of Man will they eat and lie down and rise up forever and ever. Now you notice how he put in there, that Son of Man. That Son of Man. You see that, huh? Now, when they eat the supper from that Son of Man, they're going to rise up. Forever, forever, ever. That's why this will be the last days. Enoch 62, verse 15. And the righteous and the elect will have risen from the earth, and cease to be of a downcast countenance, and will have been clothed with the garments of glory. And these shall be your garments, garments of life before the Lord of spirits. And your garments will not grow old. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I told y'all you can't go get God garments out the grocery store. Oh, you can't go get God clothes out the grocery store. Because it will say, your garments will never grow old. So you're not going to have to buy 2 robes, 3 robes, 4 robes. You're not going to have to make another robe. Once you get the garment from God, it'll never grow old. It's one garment. And you can't put it under no sewing machine. You can't sew no fringes on this garment. And your garment will not grow old, and your glory will not pass away before the Lord of spirits. And if you're just coming in, I did read the whole chapter of Enoch 62. And I did read Enoch, the first chapter. Now, everything I read to you, y'all, is in Isaiah 2. You know, I read them. I just do a little free talking. I'm tired of reading, really. But Isaiah 2 is the same chapter as Isaiah 62. You know, it lets you know someone will be exalted. It lets you know all the mighty, you know, will hide. They will hide from the presence, the majesty of God. This will happen in what? In the last days. Also, God will be restoring. So that, like I said, everything I read to you in the book of Enoch today, which was chapter 1 in the book of Enoch, and I read chapter 62, all these tie back to Isaiah chapter 2. And if you don't believe me, just do some homework and read it yourself, and you'll see it. You know, you'll definitely see it. You will definitely see it. But I got all these platforms up. They say you can't go live on Facebook for 8 hours.
Oh, it cut you off after that?
Yeah, it cut you off after 8 hours.
Wow.
Yeah. YouTube. But yeah, y'all. So, you know, in the book of Enoch, man, I know a lot of us, you know, have listened to people try to discourage us from a lot of things, man. These lost books ain't real. These lost books say the same thing the Bible's saying. People just don't understand God prophecy. And so when they read these books, they read them as stories. So you're like, I'm trying to find the best. Well, like, okay, you talk about feast days, you talk about the Last Supper. If you go by the stories of the feast days and the Last Supper, you will separate them. But if you understand God prophecy, they go together. They don't separate. So even when you talk about the feast days, you're still talking about God's supper. You're still talking about God's supper. So again, these are the things we must understand. But when you fall in stories, and when the story don't fit the next story, you throw it away and say it ain't real. Oh, it ain't real because see, this story say this and this story say that. They saying the same thing. Different parables, same meanings. That's all. When you get different parables, same meanings. And because we don't have the meaning, we just have the parables with the stories with hidden meanings. That's really what a parable is, what allegory is. When you deal with a parable might be more of a sentence or a few sentences. Allegory is a whole story. So really, like I say, English, they make everything so complicated, man. Like, when I say parable and allegory, it's the same thing. They know that they're the same thing. Parable and allegory is the same exact thing. Ain't nothing different about a parable and allegory. So when we take all these parables and we try to combine them and they don't combine, and the only reason they don't combine because we do not have the meaning. And that's it's just that simple. The same leavened bread Moses was telling you to get out your house. It's the same leavened bread that come from the scribes and Pharisees' mouth. Same bread Christ told you to be careful of. And if somebody tell you be careful of it, that means don't what? Don't mess with it. And if you don't mess with that kind of bread, then you won't have none in your house. You won't have none in your noggin. But since a lot of people mess with that kind of bread, they got a lot of it in their noggin. So now you gotta what? Now you gotta put it out. You put it in there, you gotta take it out. So, and you gotta understand, that's why God is against the teachers. God is against the teachers. I mean the leaders. Those who are leading people to God. That's who God is against. Because these are the people that's feeding the people. You just eating from the table. It's like they the doctors giving out the wrong medicine. You just go and take the medicine because they call themselves a doctor. They stood up and called themselves a doctor. So you went to them to get healing. They called themselves priests. So you went to them to get the word. But they didn't confirm the word. They didn't heal you. They didn't move you nothing out the way. So like I say, y'all, these things, man, is what we bring to light, y'all. What we bring to light, man, to, like I say, to help y'all see, behind Babylon's skirt tail right now. Help you truly see behind Babylon's skirt tail. Well, guess y'all welcome. We're trying to hold on as long as possible, y'all. I don't know how long. How many people been rolling with us for 24 hours? How many people have been rolling? Put me on one in the comments. You've been rolling with us, y'all. Y'all been rolling with us. Y'all been holding it down, sharing it live, keeping it hot. right, my brother Locke, my sister Chosen. 24, y'all been holding down Sister Rachel. Okay, Sister Naya. Okay, Benji say you been holding it down. Truth and Light. Minister. Okay. It's all good. One, we got Sister I Am, Sister Okay. Our family been holding it down with us. Yep, y'all, like I said, we've been rolling, man. We've been rolling. Just some of y'all, like I said, these people trying to take on the internet with they trying to teach a lot of our young people to do podcasts right now. And like I said, they teaching us to be clowns on the internet. And you gotta think about the generation that's watching this. Like young people watch young people. Young people influence young people. So right now, they are literally trying to teach our young folks to stream and do nothing. You see what I'm saying? I'm talking about literally just stream and don't do nothing. I'm talking about the people that cracking jokes and laughing. Man, it's the world. It's so much, especially when you're young, man. You waste a lot of time that way. You waste a lot of time on video games. And like I said, the government don't care. These things, y'all, like I said, so that's what kind of gave me the inspiration to even do a 24-hour podcast. Just to say, man, you know what? Because every time I say I'm going to fall back, I get pulled right back into talking. Every time. Because like I said, it's all about the Father's work at the end of the day. So, when I seen all that energy they putting out trying to do this, they got a whole college course, on becoming a podcaster. And then, like I said, but just to do stupid stuff, not to really do nothing constructive. So, definitely, I said, well, you know what? We're going to put the gospel up for 24 hours, we're going to put it up for 24 hours. I think I did this before. I know I have. But like I say, I always rotate. I never sit up here for no 24 hours. I just can't. I can't do it. I can't do it. But but definitely, like I said, we rotate and just keep something positive. It's going all day, man. I know a lot of people might look at this sideways. You might look at this from a different angle and be like, but this is positive on top of positive on top of positive. This put the P back in positive. So like I say, I decided to say, you know what, man, we're going to do a 24-hour stream. We're supposed to do it. We're supposed to start this Sunday night. But we had a lot of technical difficulties. So, but we got it up. We got it rolling, y'all. So we also got the Twitch up. So definitely join the Twitch. I don't even know my Twitch name. All these damn apps, man, I can't keep up with them, man. I'm pretty sure it's y'all Jew. But man, that's why it take me so long to get these apps, man. I can't keep up with them. But I believe my Twitch is y'all Jew. But it definitely got my same face up on here as TikTok. So, but y'all definitely go join the Twitch. We gonna kind of do a little something on Twitch. It's just like I said, there's something the youngsters on, y'all. It's something they in tune with. So like I said, we gotta stay up the beat, y'all. We can't get left behind, man. Them youngsters start calling us dinosaurs. So like I said, we just really try to keep up, and keep that good news. Keep that good news flowing where it's supposed to go, y'all. Okay, yeah, Twitch, okay. Yeah, okay, it's y'all Julian. Yep. We've been holding the fort down, y'all. We've been holding the fort down, man. I think at this time, y'all, like I said, with Africa on fire, and with the stuff we got going, the ways we got moving, man, it's gonna be a great year for for the revolution, y'all. This is gonna be a great year for the revolution. Like I say, the harvest is really, really ripe. You know, like the fruit now is just falling off the trees around this time, man. And you know, we just gotta, you know, pick it up and put it in the correct basket. You know, so it'll be passed out to the right people, so they can get a little whiff of this sweetness that's coming from this gospel, y'all, because it's so sweet. And so yeah, man, like I said, it's by Africa being on fire, y'all, and the way things are moving, man, it's a very good year for the revolution. The summer definitely finna kick off nice. We got the event coming up at the end of the month. For those who don't know about it, I posted it. I need to post it again, but I've been moving so much, man. I do need to post that again, but you know, like I say, we're gonna be down here in Atlanta in P-Mill Park. Little art festival, y'all. You know, we're gonna have a lot of tents out there. Come out there and vibe with us. Meet and greet. You know, we're gonna be displaying our artwork and, you know, bringing stuff to the light, y'all. Bringing stuff to the light. So we definitely kicking the summer off right. And like I say, y'all, just keep that energy going, keep that fire lit, and like I said, it's gonna be a beautiful time for the revolution this year, y'all. It's gonna be a beautiful time for the revolution, man. It's gonna be a beautiful time, y'all. Man, this how I've been all day with nobody, no guests really.
Yep. Scared. Come through and then they roll out.
Man, we done warm out, man. We done warm out.
They love the deceit, though. They on that other dude's page that be up all hours of the night, too.
You know, people want to talk. People don't want to do, and they don't want to receive instruction. They don't want to talk. I mean, they want to talk, and they don't want to receive instruction. And because they don't want to receive instruction, see, we giving instruction. That's almost like one thing my coach told me, because I had one teacher, her name was Miss Wilkerson. God knows that she hear this. But and with no bad blood, but she was strict, man. I'm talking about you had a test damn near every week. And you know, man, I couldn't take no tests every week because I wasn't gonna study. I ain't never studied. And one day, you know, my coach was talking. You know, we was at a basketball practice, and he was like, you know, he say, you know who your best teacher is? The one who show you who they are every day. And that's what Miss Wilkerson did. Because we was like, man, I don't like Miss Wilkerson, coach, man. She gives damn tests every day, man. I gotta get out that class. You know, we trying to get some good grades and stay on the team. So I'm like, coach, I'm trying to get out this class, man. Like, man, look, I can't handle Miss Wilkerson. He was like, well, you know, he was called call me Smoke. What coach was to call me? He was to call me Cardell, but I think he had another name. But long story short, he said, well, that's your best teacher, man. He said, because when you go in there, you know what to expect. He said, you gotta respect that. That's the best teacher. When you go in there, you know what to. And Miss Wilkinson wasn't changing up. Miss Wilkinson wasn't changing up nothing. And that made me look at it a different way. And like I say, by me not being no bad kid, she told me one day we had some amendments, right? And we had to stand up in front of the class and say them. So I was like, well, damn, I can't be the only one that don't say my amendments, because everybody in the class was kind of, you know, they did their work. I was down there about the only one in the class that wasn't doing work, but like I say, I wasn't causing no trouble. And she knew I played basketball, so she know. But she, like I say, she was strict. So I said, so we had to say all our amendments. We had to say the first 14, and then we had to say the next 13 or so. It's 28, 27, whatever. So I said mine. Because this was already my second time going back to a class. Because I ain't, like I said, I wasn't gonna study. And that was not my style. And you had to study because they was coming every week. You see what I'm saying? And, you know, it was free enterprise class too. I wish I would have paid attention because she was a great teacher, man. You should, like I said, she was very strict on teaching us economics and free enterprise. Very, very strict. But like I said, to make a long story short, when I said my amendments, she said this in front of the class. She said, you know what, Cordell? I'm going to pass you. Because she was shocked. She said, you know what, Cordell? I'm going to pass you. Because I said my amendments. I made it my goal not to be the only one. And then, you know, of course, they had a sister in there, you know, I was kind of digging. So I was like, oh, no, I said, I can't. You know, I said, I just can't. I could fail a test, and that's my little secret. But to not say my amendments in front of class, I learned them. I learned them. I never forget that day. And she told me, say, Carly, I'm going to pass you. But I say that to say that, you know, strictness, correction, that's what she was giving. She was offering firmness. I'm talking about she wasn't cutting no corners. So everybody want to stay away from Ms. Wilkinson. Everybody want to. The only way you like Ms. Wilkinson, if you love school. And when I say love school, you had to be a nerd. That's what Ms. Wilkinson was bringing. Because every week, a test. That means what? You got to pay attention. Ain't no such thing as you going to Ms. Wilkinson class, you ain't paying attention. Ain't no such thing. A test getting dropped. You know? So like I say, because we given that kind of firmness, we given that kind of sternness, what do people do? Man, I'm staying away from that shit, man. They don't let me talk over there. I can't do it. I can't teach. I can't bring out scriptures. You ain't supposed to be doing that anyway. That's why if you pay attention to the scriptures I was reading the book of Enoch, what it say? If you can open your eyes and recognize the sun, then lift up your horn. But you don't lift up your horn because you read a book. Or you put some alphabets together and you created a name. And now you blowing your horn. No, it don't work that way. It don't work that way, man. So, like I say, in other words, we something like Ms. Wilkinson. We bringing some firmness, we bringing some correction, and my brothers don't like that. They like, well, hold up, and my sisters ain't digging it. You know, they like, hold up. Who is you? Who you think you is? What makes you to tell me? And people understand, we trying to tell you, but then you turn around and tell us. But we got to ask you the same question. Who is you? Who is you? Like you know, if you're gonna turn around and do the same thing we doing, after you try to condemn us for what we doing, what that make you? A hypocrite. Unless you Christ. Unless you the anointed prophet. And see, this is why I tell everybody, like, when it comes to Yaju, we don't hide our cards. You know, like we don't, our cards are always on the table. But there's so many people who don't put their cards on the table, you be like, well, damn, bro, why you telling me that? Who is you? Show me your hand first. And see, that's what people don't understand when they even come to really proclaiming Christ and why these things have to be said first and understood. Because Christ is just not an ego seat. It's the order. It's the majesty. It's God creation. It's God power. See, we look at it on a small level of to how we want to pertain it. You know, that's why jealousy is a part of 7 deadly sins. And that's why the scriptures say, bless he who is not offended. It's a blessing to be not offended. You know, so like I say, when you like I say, man, it just really looking at the inner picture rather than the outer picture. That's why the scribes and Pharisees are dressed up on the outside. But it say on the inner, they like tombs. They dead. But see, we ain't got no outfits on because this comes from the inside. Nothing but life. Even with the Mary Jane in my hand, nothing but life. Even with my chest out, nothing but life. You know, so like I say, y'all, like I say, man, there's always a call into the rapture. When you come up, you can see these things, but you gotta come above. You gotta come up. There's a lot of mountains that's towering over you, and these a lot of counsels, there's a lot of false doctrines, there's a lot of information, that's stopping you from seeing, like I say, something so sweet. Something so sweet. You begging to come up, brother, you're not coming up, man. It's you beg every day, bro. You getting worse than Key Sweat, man. All that damn begging, huh? All that begging. Nah, bro. I'd rather sit in silence before I let you up. Y'all don't really even have substance, man. We let y'all up to keep the audience entertained, really. But Goku, you just like I say, you done ran your luck out, brother. So you might be lucky if some of the saints let you up, but it won't be me. It won't be me. So we're approaching, y'all. We're approaching these 24 hours, man. We got an hour and 30 minutes. Well, hour and 39 minutes, huh? I guess, 39 minutes.
Pretty good. Yeah, we did good.
We held it down, man. Stuff like this make people without excuse, y'all. And just like Enoch say, man, people recognize this, y'all. There's people. But like I say, I tell people a lot of times, there's a lot of people on the couch because, like I said, everybody. It's not everybody's job to pick up their cross. That's why we're not up here condemning people. We only condemning those who deserve to be condemned, and those are the devils. Those are the deceivers. The deceivers deserve to be condemned. We're not here to condemn our people. We're here to show you the way and open up the gate. The devil is really condemning people. Your pastor condemn you and tell you got to pay 10% for God to bless you. That's someone condemning you if you don't do what they suggest. We tell you what's going to be your outcome if you don't follow what we suggest. That's it. You choose your own faith. We don't put together a council to make your faith in our hands. That's not what we do. We simply give you the map and you choose which way to go. And we show you what's going to be on the path. So like I say, y'all, we just really got to, really hearken. Really hearken, y'all, to the Father's voice at this time. Many people don't really understand God has a voice because we believe in the book. A lot of people believe the mouth of God is the book. Now, some people might not know they believe that, but that's basically what they're saying because God is speaking through them through the scriptures. God has never used scriptures to talk to nobody. Ever. Never, ever use scriptures. God always used people to talk to people. The devil didn't use a book. The devil used people to deceive people. Because nobody ever seen the devil. How many people seen the devil? Any of y'all ever seen the devil? You seen the devil yet?
No.
You seen the devil? You seen the devil, Danny?
Huh?
You seen the devil?
Did James have, but no. Oh, that was a little short little devil right here.
I almost say yep. But nobody has ever seen the devil, but the devil deceived the whole world. The God of this world is the devil, and nobody ever seen it. I wonder why. I wonder why ain't nobody never seen the devil, y'all. But the devil got everybody doing all these bad things. But nobody, the devil, and matter of fact, it's no book. How did the devil get everybody to work for the devil with no book? How? Did the devil got more power than God? God got what? How many books God got? The Bible got 66. They say they got what? 100 more lost books. So God got all these books. And the devil ain't got no book, but everybody following the devil. So in other words, the devil will be more powerful than God because people telling us, God gotta have a book. And we just trying to simply tell y'all, God don't need no book, y'all. God ain't gonna use no book to talk to us in no way, shape, or form. God used people, God used living people to talk to living people. This is why the book tell you what? Worship the living God, not the God of the dead, the God of the living. This is why these things are said. Because when people act like somebody got to come down from the sky for God, then what God at? Like, was God in the sky in Moses' time? Was God in the sky in Noah's time? Where does God dwell? In the sky? Only? Do only God dwell in the sky? Only. That's just God. Only dwelling place is the sky. Can God be everywhere? Can God be in what? In two places at one time? Do God have that power? Because so many people have took God's power and gave it all to Jesus. Jesus took over the spirit. Jesus took over God. Jesus took over the world. Jesus took over the prophets. And just pushed God out the way. That's the council on earth. God just pushed out the way. That's basically what everybody is saying. God has been pushed out the way. God lost his power. God can't raise nobody else up. So Jesus got to come back for God. And the whole time you call Jesus the Son of God. Like I say, y'all, it's just darkness, man. Just darkness, y'all. It's real darkness on the face of this earth, man. When Moses said it was some dark waters, y'all. That's why God is making everything new. God is making everything new. I don't know. I guess you got to. Nobody came up on YouTube, huh?
No. I get no action. Got promoted more, I think.
Oh yeah, we definitely got to promote more. I'm really just trying to work this software out where we be live on all platforms. You know, that's what I'm really trying to get scheduled, man. If we could plug in our TikTok, but the thing about it, going live, how will we let people up?
On the
No. Say we had, because I had Facebook up, but I got Twitch, and people don't come up on Twitch and YouTube. But how would I let people up on Facebook if I got the Facebook connected to the streaming thing? That's $1 million question. Yeah. You know, so and like I said, that's why we really playing with this too. You know, it's we trying to figure it out, y'all, man. Trying to keep up with these youngsters, man. We gotta keep up with them youngsters, man. Because God won't allow it. So now we officially got an hour and 30 minutes. Boy, time going slow now. Usually when I'm on live, boy, time zoom, but I'll be on here, 2 hours being went by.
I'm trying to tell you, they ain't creeping about it.
Nah, it's moving like we at work. waiting for the time clock to get.
That overnight joint went fast. You looked up, it was already 6 in the morning. That's not fun. Then it slowed down.
Well, y'all, man, y'all quiet today. Y'all quiet today. I guess that gospel might have wore you out, huh? That gospel might have wore you out, huh, y'all?
You gonna do that? You got the sauce. Let me get the sauce for you. I got it.
I got 2 new artists. Damn.
Look like mine.
Yep, y'all. Now they don't want no smoke. No smoke. I think we had to miss somebody on the YouTube.
Yeah, I wasn't focusing on it. And plus, I wouldn't even know how to bring them up.
Yeah, it's right here on the side. Participants. It's someone what to come up. Just really just you know.
Goku, if you go to YouTube, we might let you up. This is the test.
Don't get your hopes up. Shit, it won't happen. It won't happen. I think it just happened. Somebody acknowledge you. No, I don't want to talk anymore. I think you're just happy you being acknowledged, brother. YouTube, what's up? Y'all welcome to come up on the YouTube. Any guests you might have any questions. We have been live approaching 22 and a half hours.
Wow.
22 and a half hours, y'all. This live have been rolling. But YouTube. Y'all welcome to come up. If you have any questions, anybody that's viewing on the YouTube, I say you're welcome to come up. You're welcome to come up. Yeah. But I noticed too, when we go live like this, you gotta really host a panel.
Mm-hmm. Get it set up.
Yeah, you gotta have like at least about 4 people up there. It looks, give it a little more stability for the viewers. Louisiana in the house. Okay, Louisiana. Represent. I don't like to really represent Louisiana. I just where I'm from, so I salute, to those who come from that area, man. Real rough area, man. No knowledge. Very, very few opportunities, no big city. It's definitely a struggle, man. You get caught up in a lot of these cities, but that dirty South.
Yenville, okay.
Yeah, they got parishes. I just realized, people got counties. Since I've been in Georgia, it's counties, not parishes.
That's right.
Oh my God, you got all kind of shit you got to. But they got this stuff so twisted, man. Parishes, counties, all that just stuff is propaganda. But that's how they play their little games, y'all. I think, man, we're gonna erase everything and put everything on the first grade level. You should be able to talk to me when I'm doing business on the first grade level. Why you gotta talk to me on such a coded level when we doing business? You trying to bribe me? You trying to trick me? You trying to trap me? So when you really, all this stuff need to be on first grade level. This stuff don't need to be on high college levels and all these fancy words and this and man, that's why so many people get so many bogus contracts. People get caught up in stuff they don't want to get caught up in because this stuff is, written to trick you. Everything need to be on the first grade level. The only way to have black banks, man, you really need a black government. You can't have black banks without a black government. It's hard to thrive. And even if you create one in this system, that's why I say government, y'all gotta understand what a government gonna do, man. A government gonna support all our great ideas that we have. But without a government, we have no support. And when we try to do these things inside of another government, it's very hard to do. Because one thing, you don't have the attention of the people. The government have the attention of the people. The government have control of the people. Social media and the internet is helping us gain and control back, but we're doing it the wrong way. Look at what we're doing. Look at what we're using the internet for. Now they have turned our form of communication into monetizing. They monetizing the way we communicate. So we acting, we clowning. So we communicating to they paying us to clown. So our communication is a game now. It's no serious communication. Everybody clowning for the bag. Everybody clowning one another. Doing it for the likes, doing it for the gram. You're not on the ground to really communicate with your brothers and sisters. You're not on the ground to what? Help the revolution continue? You're not on the ground for that. You're on the ground for likes and views. It's monetized. They get you money. So at this point in time, our greatest form of communication is being bought. Our greatest form of communication right now is being bought. Greatest form. So, if you understand what's going on, y'all, or you understand. If you don't, listen in. But they definitely monetizing our greatest form of communication, and it's social media. It's our greatest form of communication the world has ever seen. Social media is the greatest form of communication this world has ever seen. Why do you think TikTok was such a big deal? But again, most people come on TikTok for the bag. I'm not mad at you for getting the bag. I just want you to understand the game. Because remember, the government print money. Just remember that. A government can print money. So while you always chasing the bag, think about the bigger picture. Think about the bigger picture, y'all. It's a much bigger picture. Like I said, it's hard for us to look into the future when we don't have a future. Our future is getting rich in America. and most of our parents do work 40 years already. They still ain't rich. Because they're going to give their money to kids who don't know, who never worked, and they're going to spend it all because they didn't work for it. So that little $1 million, that little $500,000 you got, and you go give it to your kids after you work for 40 and 50 years, your kids gonna run that. I would have spent it. They gonna spend it. And your 40 years of labor was for what? I worked 40 years. I got my kid. I got me a house, and which, again, I don't take away from working, man. And if you have worked 40 years, I take my hat off to you. Man, that's a hell of a thing to get up every morning and go to that job. And a lot of our parents have made that sacrifice for us. My mama did. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not taking away from that. I'm just saying, look at the condition. So for the bigger picture, you make sacrifices. So I ain't gonna come on social media to get a bag. I'm gonna come on social media to promote life, to help sustain life for a better future. Because most of us talking on here, we got kids. And when you leave, your kids gonna be here. Your kids ain't going to the sky. When you leave, you're gonna leave your kids right here. Like, this is how you should be thinking when you're taking your steps. How many people really think like that? Hell no, ain't nobody thinking like that, man. We got some people too far in. Some people so far in to where it's like, man, I can't come out until I see a new kingdom. And we'd be like, well, bro, we understand. So like I say, y'all, that's what sacrifice is really about, man. It's really about understanding the future, to make these sacrifices for life, not for temporary pleasure. Money is temporary pleasure. It's not long term. Money is not long term. People who get $1 million, now they need what? 100 million. People who get 100 million, now they want $1 billion. They numbers. They never stop. But like I said, if we really understood what life is, man. Like I say, money could print. Money is trade. That's all money is, trade. You trade money. You trade money. So if you understand life, money gonna always be here. Trade gonna always be here. You can get money. You can lose money if you understand life. But you notice, money ain't even been here 100 years. Not the money we using. Not the monetary system. What did they call it in the 1930s? What they call when everybody turned their gold in? What that was? That's when they made the banks.
The Great Depression?
Was it the Great Depression?
Yeah, where the stock market fell and all that stuff.
Yeah, and they told everybody to turn their gold, and they created the banks. Yep. 1930. That's when the monetary system came in to play.
And they created that Federal Reserve. Yep.
Yeah, that's when the money system came. The Federal Reserve note. That's when the money system came into play. Before that, you'll just trade you'll go to the store with a quarter, you get all the damn groceries in the world. But they created a monetary system, you know, to create levels, to bring forth oppression, you know, on a whole nother level. So the mind frame of us just getting money, getting money, like that's new. That's a part of the new deception that's in the earth. Now, of course, we have to get money. We have to live. We have to pay bills. Yes, that's reality. I'm not just, you got to. I'm on something that costs money right now. But at the same time, if money is your focus and not life, then this the world you get. You know, this is the world you get. Until something happened tragically and you be like, what? I give you everything in my account just to heal me. And money can't buy that. Life buys healing. Life buys long. Money don't buy it. Money don't make you live long. You know, understanding life does. But again, so when you got a generation of people that's focused, and you know that's all our people focus on. That's especially our young girl, man. That's all they money. Material. And that's when it's bad, when it's a focus. Of course, we need money, but the focus should be life. And I promise you, if focus was a life, money will always be around. Money will always be around if what? If you understood life. And that's just where we at, y'all. That's just where we at, y'all, with a generation, man, of darkness, y'all. Generation of darkness.
I went 13 minutes.
I went 13 minutes. I think my brother, man, said something about job. I was looking at that in the comments. I think that was Brother Jay said go over job. You put it back in the comments. I seen it earlier. I know he said job 5.
Five, 1 through 7. Job 5, 1 through 7, yeah.
Job 5, 1 through 7. Yeah, I'm accepting requests. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna break the scripture down for my brother, and then I can let you up. I can't say your name. Lama, is that Lama? If I'm saying it correctly. Give me 1 second. Job 5, 1 through 7. So it say in verse 1 in Job 5. I don't call it Job because it's job. And it's people got to get back on their job. I'm not talking about your time clock that they set up to go for the Federal Reserve. I'm not talking about that time clock. I'm talking about you understanding what time it is. The time that was hidden from mankind. So it say, Job 5. Call now if there be any that will answer thee. And to which of the saints will thou turn? For wrath killeth the foolish man, and envy slayeth the silly one. I have seen the foolish taking root, but suddenly I crush his habitation. His children are far from safety, and they are crushed in the gate. Neither is there any to deliver them. whose harvest the hungry eat up, and take it if even out of the thorns, and the robber swallow up their substance. Although affliction cometh not forth from the dust, neither do trouble spring out of the ground. Yea, a man is born unto trouble, as the sparks fly upward. I will seek unto God, and unto God would I commit my cause, which doeth great things and unsearchable, marvelous things without number, who gave rain upon the earth and sending waters upon the fields. So I'm trying to see, like, what was your question about? Because it's just almost saying it's this speaking a parable. Call now and there'll be in it to answer thee, to which of the saints would thou turn? And like I said, and then it goes into for wrath killeth the foolish man. Someone who has wrath, they're gonna fall. And envy slayeth the silly one. You shouldn't have envy. Almost like you're gonna trip over. What that saying is, you're gonna trip over your own feet. It's a saying. You're gonna slip and it's just parable sayings about how if you have these things in your mind, these are things that's you're gonna shoot your own self, basically. But I have to know a particular question of what you was asking about those verses to really, because I'm not really seeing nothing I really too much have to explain unless I really get a question.
That was Jay, right?
Yeah, that was Brother Jay.
Brother Jay.
I don't know if he's still on here or not, but yeah, brother, just pose a question. But I do have somebody that want to come up, man. I'm gonna make this time go by, man. 1 more hour almost, y'all. 1 more hour, man.
He said we can cover it on the next call.
That's what he said. Yeah. We can't cover it on the next call. Okay. All right. No problem. Peace. I can't say your name. Your name Llama?
No, it's Ilma.
Emma?
Ilma.
Emma. Okay. What's up, brother?
Hello, my question is, why I see Ethiopian figures in your background. What is this live about? I want to see, what does it have to do with these Ethiopian figures in the background?
Well, the Bible comes from Ethiopia. The priesthood comes from Ethiopia. The prophecy has a lot to do with Ethiopia. So you just bringing awareness.
What does it have to do with these figures, or are these figures just representing Ethiopia?
Well, yeah, these were the royal priesthood. These were the Solomonic dynasty. These were the people who was of the royal courts.
Not all of them, but yeah.
Huh.
So what's your point on this? Again, sorry.
Bible prophecy is about restoring the throne of David. Did you know Bible prophecy was about restoring the throne of David?
Yep.
Okay. Where do you consider the throne of David to be?
At this point, I'm not aware right now, but
Okay.
are you speaking technically about the covenant of the ark?
No, I'm talking about the throne of David. Now the ark. Like I say, everybody got their own understanding of what they think stuff is. So that's why I ask questions, because I don't have the same understanding that other people have. My understanding is totally different. So I pose questions.
Are you talking about the throne of David as in a metaphorical sense, or is that physical sense?
It's both. It's physical and it's metaphorical.
Okay, how could it be used metaphorically?
Because it's more of a majesty that's given by God. Like it's not it's a seat at the same time, but it's a majesty that's given by God.
And it's given to what? David's successors?
Yeah, it's given to a son of man, correct.
So Jesus?
Well, no, it's given to a living son of man. Like the Bible tell you, David's descendant is gonna rule Israel forever, not Jesus. So if Jesus came, another person gonna rule. Jesus won't be coming back.
Who's after Jesus? Who is Jesus' successor?
Well, for one thing, Jesus was an end time prophecy. That's the truth about Jesus.
End time prophecy?
Yeah, Jesus is an end time prophecy.
What do you mean by that? Elaborate.
Well, remember the story was hijacked. They took the story and they changed the time and they changed the British Empire.
Change what? Jesus' story?
They changed, they changed the time.
Of what?
And they superimposed the story. They told you Christ came when Christ only comes in the last days. That's why the book say Christ said he's gonna raise you up in the last days. Christ didn't raise you up yet. So the Bible tells us this. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, I know.
What the powers that be have done, they took the Bible and they added dates. That's why dates is backed up off Christ. But these are dates of deception. These dates is really for to deceive you.
Okay, could you substantiate on that?
Like I said, it just simply that they took a prophecy and they said it already happened. And that's why nobody can see it happening now. So that's just more of the great deception. That's how they change time, because the stories of the Bible is for the last days. The stories in the Bible is not for history. So they took these stories that was prophetic because they never happened, and they created a history, and they put dates with it, and they got the whole world following it.
Okay, so you're saying, hold on, repeat that statement again? Just summarize it. You don't have to say all of that.
Yeah, summarize. It's simply they took something that only happens in the last days and created history. Because you got to think about the stories in the Bible that happened. That's why they was able to take it and create history. Because
what prophecy in the Bible did they take?
The whole Bible is a prophecy from Genesis to Revelation.
The whole Bible is a prophecy?
The whole Bible is a prophecy. Moses is a prophet. Moses wrote about Christ. Isaiah wrote about Christ. Jeremiah wrote about Christ.
Hold up, can you tell me where Moses wrote or Isaiah wrote about Christ?
Yeah, all through the book. Matter of fact, you go to Isaiah chapter 2.
Okay.
Isaiah 2, 1 through 3.
This is what Isaiah son of Amos saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem. In the last days of the mountain of the Lord's temple will be established as the highest of the mountains. It will be exalted above the hills, and all nations will stream to it. Many peoples will come and say, "Come, let's go to the mountain of the Lord, to the temple of the God of Jacob. He will teach us in his ways, so that we may walk in his paths." The law will go out from Zion, the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. He will judge between the nations and will settle disputes for many people. He will beat their swords into plowshares and spears into pruning hooks. Nation will not take sword against nation, nor they will train for war anymore. Come, descendants of Jacob, let us walk in the light of the Lord.
Well, yeah, so that's Christ. Christ is the one that's going to be teaching in the last days. Christ didn't teach 2,000 years ago, according to the prophet Isaiah. And see, the Bible say, let every man be a liar. We didn't do that. We believe what man told us. And man told us Christ came 2,000 years ago. The prophets you can't find that nowhere in the Bible where Christ came in so-called the days that they tell us. The prophets didn't tell us this. The prophets verified that Christ will come in the last days to teach us about God and raise up God's kingdom and bring God judgment.
Okay, do you know how historians carve and date things? For example, manuscripts of the Bible?
Yeah, that's man. I don't believe every man is a liar. The Bible say let every man be a liar.
So is Christ a liar?
No, Christ is the anointed man. Every man ain't anointed. So until I talk to Christ,
can you define anointed?
Anointed is someone that who God have given a blessing to.
What type of blessing? Any blessing?
Like for instance, like the prophets. The prophet is not any man. The prophets are a particular men who God chose to give a vision to. Everybody didn't have God's vision. So that's how it is with God's word.
So is
Every
John
man is a
appointed?
liar until Christ brings God's word, which will be the truth that man don't have.
So would you say that Paul and John? Wait, first, would you use the word vision synonymous to revelation?
Yeah, you could kind of say that. Yeah, it's more of a revelation. Something that's
Okay,
going.
would you say Paul and John are anointed people?
Well, like I say, Paul and John are characters that exist today. Paul and John are not characters that existed back then. The Bible is a script, like a movie. A movie is a script. The actor gotta act it out. The Bible is something that has to be acted out by the living vessels who God chooses.
What
See,
about
these are mysteries. What I'm telling you, these are mysteries. This is not something that you can go ask your pastor. These are mysteries. That's why it says all the mysteries of God are stored up in Christ. The mysteries of God is not inside of a book.
Okay, so would you say Paul and John are infallible?
They're characters. They're characters that's going to be played out in the last days. They are not, that story of Paul and all that never happened.
But they're anointed in your sense.
Well, no, I was just saying, in the script, they are anointed because they receive the Spirit from Christ. You see what I'm saying? So again,
Are their letters also infallible?
Is what?
Are their scripts also infallible? Their writings, their works?
Yeah, what the Bible tell you, the letter unalive you. The Spirit give you life. So
the letters unalive you?
Yeah, the Bible say that.
Okay, what about Paul when he says all scripture is breathed through from God?
It is. But the understanding
So God's breath unalives you?
Huh?
So the scripture that God breathes unalives you.
Correct. Because when God breathes with scripture, it's not with paper and pen. When God breathes something, it comes from the mouth of the prophet. The prophet spoke the words and then they got put on paper. So what God breathed is what the prophet spoke, not what the prophets wrote.
It was spoken through the letters. For example, John, when he wrote Revelation, he was in exile.
The letters, the prophet spoke first, then the letters was written.
How would other people receive the letters without it being written? Or receive this message, this revelation that John is in exile, and he's writing these revelations that are given to him without him writing to letter? Because he's in exile, he cannot speak by mouth.
But you got to understand this, brother. The same book tell you to do what? Man can't live off bread alone, but every word that proceeds from where?
Tell me.
The mouth of God. And you know what the mouth of God is? A living vessel who God chooses. We don't
always
choose
used in that sense?
Huh?
Is it always used in that sense?
Always. Because you got to think about it. Who gave the message to our forefathers?
Prophets. Okay,
then. Now the Bible tell you God don't change, right?
Yeah, but that can mean very different things. It's not.
No,
it's
God
not
is
vague. Because we have early church fathers that point to this and say that it is talking about spiritually.
I know, and they liars. Let every man be a liar.
Who are liars?
Wait on the Lord.
Wait, who are the liars?
Wait on man. Wait on who? The Lord, which is Christ, to bring you the truth.
Wait, who are the liars here?
The way and the light. I just want to ask you, who is the truth, the way, and the light?
Jesus.
So why you listen to the church fathers?
Because they are the students of the apostles, and those apostles are the students of Jesus. They are taught directly by Jesus.
And that's why you got to understand that Christ never came. If you don't, you'll just be in inception until what? The Son of Man is lifted up. And
we have this by tradition.
Well, I know, like a lot of people follow tradition, brother. Like Christ is a reason why Christ turned over tables. Because Christ go turn over the things you thought, or Christ gonna turn over the table you thought you supposed to be sitting there. Christ gonna turn it over because that ain't of God.
Hold up, do you know
Christ
that
gonna destroy traditions?
You know that Paul tells us that we should follow the traditions that were given to them?
Yeah, but Paul is speaking of the stuff that come from Christ.
Exactly. These things that they were professing about and they were telling us about, they have authority by Jesus himself. They are spoken of through Christ.
Remember, brother, the sheep hear my voice. So Christ don't use a book. Christ speaks. So if you following God, what are you following? A voice. You're not following a book. Christ
That book,
fulfills the book. Christ
that
comes in the volume of the book. The Bible tell you it's sealed, and no man is supposed to read it. No man is worthy to look upon it. You see what I'm saying? The Bible
so
says
so the
that
book that we have now that we can learn about Christ, how do we get this?
because they stole it and printed it out and gave it to you and created their own doctrine.
Do you believe this?
Yeah, like that don't make the book false. You ever seen the book of Eli?
The book of Eli?
Have you ever seen that with Denzel Washington?
I've never heard of this. I'm unaware.
Man, go watch it and you'll understand that the powers that be wanted to get their hands on the book, not because the book was false, because they wanted to control the world.
Okay, so what is this? Who authored the book of Eli?
Huh?
Who authored the book of Eli?
Well, the book of Eli is just a movie. It's just, like Eli is another word for God. They got Eli in the Bible, Elihu, Eli. So Eli is just another word for God. It ain't really, but the Bible belongs to God. It don't belong to man. But man have hijacked the Bible to teach his own will, to
What
set
about
up
the
his own
tradition?
organizations.
What about the traditions of our forefathers, of our church fathers?
Our forefathers went backwards, brother. That's why we're in darkness. The Bible tell you our forefathers broke the law. They broke the covenant.
What about our church fathers?
Our church fathers are liars too. It say
But
let
they were taught
every
by the
man be a
apostles
liar.
themselves.
Brother, like this is very simple. To let every man be a liar. I know that sounds simple and it might be going over your head, but it's really that's true. Like that's a scripture in the Bible. And when I ask people, do they follow that scripture? They don't. Because they start talking about church fathers, they start talking about archaeologists, they start talking about carbon dates. But the Bible simply say, let every man be a liar. And this is why people can't accept the truth that's coming from God. Because
Wait, can
is
you
God
define
going to prove every
tradition?
man a liar?
Can you
Or
define
is God going
tradition?
to agree with man?
You said what?
Is God going to agree with man, or is God going to prove every man a liar?
It depends how you use man.
Well, is God's word the sharpest thing known to man? Or does man also have the sharpest thing like God? Because it
It
say God's
depends
word
because
is
man
sharper
that
than
has the
any two-edged
sharpest thing could be revealed by God himself
But how does God reveal things? According to history.
through revelations. That's what a revelation is.
That but nah, bro, that's again, God reveals stuff through living vessels. God has never revealed a book.
Really?
Never.
Okay, what about the things in the books?
The things in the books just reveal what God will do. And again, they don't jump off the page and do God's will. Somebody, God, the book tell you God gonna choose people to do the will.
So it was not unauthorable for John to write himself a letter.
Brother, like it's a lot you really have to understand. Like again, things was written before they happened. That's why they call prophecies. Prophecies is something that's told, but these prophecies got told and written down. So a prophecy is something that's told before it happened. Now it's on paper. It's written before it happened. So everything you read is just things that was written before it happened. That's all.
Hold up, but God told John himself to write Revelations.
Brother man.
He actually says in Revelations chapter 1, verse 19, he says, write what you see, what is now, what is to take place later.
Yeah,
If you
bro.
read the first verse of Revelation, it says a revelation of Christ, which God gave himself to show the servants of the things that must soon take place. So how is God going to show through John these things through servants? By letter. This is why he
John
later
could be a
says to write
vessel.
these things.
No,
Because he is in exile.
John would be a vessel in the last days that bring the revelation to the people.
We
That's
have
why
this revelation.
John was on the island of Patmos by himself
Of
because of
course.
the revelation of Christ. He was on a place by himself.
Yeah, he was in exile.
Okay, we in exile right now, brother. The church and all it's telling you it's a character that's gonna be in exile that's gonna receive a revelation from Christ. And he's gonna be sent out to go out and reveal the revelation. You just got the story before it happened. That's all you that's what the whole Bible is. Things about what God gonna do before God do it. That's why when you read in the book of Isaiah, what is Isaiah talking about in chapter 2? The last days. But in reality, Isaiah is always talking about the last days. He did not talk about the last days just in chapter 2 and in chapter 3. He jumped back to the beginning of time. No, the whole book of Isaiah is about the last days.
The whole book of Isaiah?
The whole book. The only thing that might be about history is about our forefathers not listening and hearkening to the word of God. The Bible simply tells you about the fall and the rise.
Wait, do you agree that there's prophecies about Jesus, as you've shown before?
No. Brother, there's only one prophecy. God returns in a living vessel to judge the world. Not
Yeah,
Jesus returning. God returns in a living vessel to judge the world.
but do you agree that there's other prophecies of Jesus that are not authored by Isaiah? So there's more than one prophecy about Christ?
Oh yeah, but all of them is speaking of the one time. That they not separated prophecies where
Wait, what do you mean
Christ
by
will
one
come
time?
back.
It'll happen
Because remember, Christianity say Christ fulfilled the old. The old was done away with. That's what Christianity taught us. But when you find out Christ ain't fulfilled Isaiah chapter 2. You know why?
Teach us?
No, Christ ain't fulfilled Isaiah chapter 2. But that's what I'm saying. Christianity taught the Old Testament was done away with. They say throw it away. We in the new. But when you really read the New Testament, which a lot of us haven't done, when you read the Old Testament, you realize Christ ain't fulfilled a lot of the Old Testament. But the reality is what? He never came. That's the truth about it. But people don't know
Well, that's
that.
about his second coming.
The second coming is Isaiah 11:11. If you go to Isaiah 11:11, Isaiah talk about the second coming. And that's the second coming of God. Remember, God sent Moses, not Jesus. So God was here. God anointed Noah, not Jesus.
You don't believe Jesus is God?
Jesus is the image of God, as they tell you in Colossians 1:18. Christ is the image. That's why Christ is the son. That's like you can look just like your father, but you're not your dad. Your dad is your dad. You are image of your father. So Christ is the image of God. That's why the Spirit came upon him.
So why does the Bible portray Jesus as God?
No, the teachings that man.
They're not teachings of man. These are if you believe in the Bible itself.
No.
Okay, so why does Titus start off with his book as Jesus as his Lord?
Brother, he's the overseer for God. Christ is the overseer. You got a landlord. Abraham was called Lord. Moses was called Lord. Lord is an overseer. Lord is a position.
No, not in this sense. He actually calls him God.
Well, brother, Christ is the image of God, but Christ ain't spirit. Christ is flesh and blood. God is spirit. That's what the Bible says. Christ ain't spirit.
Hold up. So do you believe he only has one nature?
Brother, Christ is a descendant of David, the offspring of David. Is David a spirit? God not the offspring of David. God not the root of Jesse. God are not these things. Christ is these things because he's a son of man. God is not a son of man.
So did Jesus meet the definition of a prophet?
Well, yeah, but he's a particular prophet that comes at a appointed time. The prophets don't come when Christ comes. That's what separates Christ from the prophets. That's what separates Christ from Moses. Christ comes in the last days. Moses don't come in the last days. The prophets don't come in the last days. Christ come in the last days, and that will separate Christ.
Hold up. So, according to the New Testament, who gave the Ten Commandments?
Brother,
Could you tell me real quick?
everything comes from God, but God uses a vessel to give it to mankind. God don't deal with mankind. God anoints a vessel, and the vessel speaks to mankind. Like, God didn't talk to Israel like God talked to Moses. Why? God didn't deal with Israel.
So it was God.
God sent an anointed vessel to deal with Israel. This is the way the book instructs God. Like, God didn't talk to everybody and tell them to get on the boat. God sent Noah to do that.
So it was God.
It's always God, but God used living people. That's all we're trying to get you. God ain't gonna bring nobody out the sky, and
Hold
God
on.
ain't gonna bring nobody out the
Hold on.
ground.
Can a human say he's the Lord of the Sabbath?
Yeah. A son
How?
of man will be the Lord of Sabbath. Yes.
How?
Because all those who are heavy laden, come to me, and I will give you rest. The person who give you rest, that's the one that oversees the Sabbath, and that will be the Son of Man. If you turn to Matthew 12:8, they're gonna tell you who the Lord of Sabbath is, which is the Son of Man, and that
Yeah,
Son of Man.
you can see this in John 5:18. It's Christ. He calls himself the Lord of the Sabbath.
I know that, but that's why I tell you in Matthew, what I said 12:8.
Okay, so in John 10, why did the Jews pick up to say that he's blaspheming against God by he's claiming to be God himself?
Because they don't understand God put the spirit inside of him. So whoever has the spirit, that's the I am. When you see me, you see the Father. That's why Christ said, that's why these things are said. Because
So
God
Christ
is
isn't the Father?
no, God is invisible. God is a spirit. Whoever the Father put the spirit in, that's the one that has the image. That's why I say when you see me, you see the Father. Or Moses say what? I'm the I am.
Wait, so if you read Philippians chapter 2, verse 6, it actually says the very nature of God turned himself into a servant by taking the very nature of a human.
Correct. That's the spirit of God going in a living vessel. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what.
So the nature of God took a human servant?
That's what when the spirit descended upon a man like a dove, that's God taking upon the nature of a human.
That's not. If God himself took a nature of a human, he would himself be a human. So God is a human?
Brother, if God was a human, God wouldn't take the nature of a human.
He literally says he's a human.
No, he took the nature of a human.
If you take a nature of a human, are you human?
No.
So if I take a nature of the divine nature, am I divine?
If you take divine, you got to get divine nature. You can't take, you got to get it.
If you acquire the divine nature, are you divine?
Yeah, because you have acquired the divine nature.
Wait, so why isn't it same apply when you take a human nature? That's a contradiction.
No, it's not. That just showing you God. That's like the word becomes flesh.
Yeah.
The word becomes flesh when God takes on the human nature.
So God took a human nature?
God took a human nature in Moses' time. God took a human nature in Noah days.
So he took a human nature, yes?
Yes.
Okay, is he a human?
No.
He took a
God is
human nature, but
spirit.
he's not a human. So how could that be?
Because God is spirit that goes inside the flesh. That's all, bro.
So he became flesh. God became flesh.
God always become flesh.
So God is flesh.
God becomes flesh because God is not flesh.
That's a contradiction.
You became divine because you wasn't divine. You don't come but divine because you already divine.
So are you saying Christ was never flesh?
Christ is always flesh. God
So was
becomes
Christ,
flesh.
was he always divine?
No.
He was
That's why
never
Christ
divine.
had to grow. Christ had to grow in wisdom.
That's when he was in his human nature. He had to grow in human nature. He has to
He
grow
had
in
to
his human
grow in
wisdom.
wisdom and favor.
God.
No, he had to grow in wisdom and favor in God.
So is he the son of God?
He's the son. That's why he's not God. God ain't a son.
Wait, hold up. So God isn't a son.
God is not a son. Christ is a son.
What does it mean? What does Christ mean?
What does Christ mean?
Yup.
Anointed. You can't anoint God.
Can I be a son of God?
Yeah.
I can be a son of God. Why?
If you choose to follow God's ways.
Can I become the begotten son of God?
Well, no, you have to be the firstborn. You're not the first. You're not the Christ.
So I can eventually become. Can I
The
become a second begotten son?
The body has many members. The body of Christ have many members, but Christ is the head.
So I can become a son of God.
Yes. The world.
Can I also be begotten?
No, because Christ is the one that's gonna give you the information, not God.
So I cannot be begotten. So how do I acquire being the son of God?
You have to receive the information from Christ. That's why I say the world.
What information am I receiving from Christ?
The truth, the way, and the light of God.
That's just directing him to be our head.
I know, but Christ will be walking the earth just like he was walking in the Bible among the people talking to him. Christ won't be in the book. He'll be
Because
walking.
God took a human nature.
Okay, so God took the human nature in the Son of Man that God chose. Remember, we don't choose the Son of Man for God. God chooses it. So whenever God get ready to choose a Son of Man, God does it. So in these times, God have chosen a Son of Man to bring the way, the truth, and the light.
So you don't believe in the Trinity?
Yes. I just don't believe in the way that it's taught.
You don't believe the Trinity that is taught?
Yeah, because it's taught wrong.
Can you define what the Trinity is? What is the Trinity?
The Son, the Father, and the wisdom.
Is the wisdom the Holy Spirit?
Yeah.
Okay, are these three God?
No, it's a teaching, brother. It's not a statement. It's a teaching. It's not. It's
Is
not
the
more.
Trinity God? Is God a Trinity?
Nah, God ain't a Trinity. God is spirit.
So why do you believe in a Trinity?
I don't. It's, like I said, I told you I don't agree with it to where it's being taught and the way Christians believe it. That's what I told you.
Wait, are you a Christian?
No.
So you're not a follower. You're not a follower of Christ?
Christ walking earth, brother.
Yeah, and his followers. Are you a follower of him?
I know him.
So you follow him?
Yeah.
So you're a follower of Christ?
The real Christ, not the Christ that Christians follow.
That's what a Christian is. Someone who follows Christ. The same Christ that is revealed in the Bible is the same Christ Christians follow.
Christians follow scriptures. They don't have Christ. Christians are waiting for Christ. No, you waiting for Christ. You don't follow Christ. You waiting for him.
I do follow. Okay, why don't I follow Christ?
Because you don't know where he at.
I don't know where he is?
No.
Right now?
Right now, you follow scriptures.
Scripture tells us he's in the heavens, so he's in the heavens.
Where's heaven? Show me a direction. Show me a direction. You ever been there?
No.
Because so you don't know what heaven at then.
That's an argument from silence.
That's a what?
That's an argument from silence. That's a fallacy.
No, there ain't no fallacy. You tell me where it's at then. Because you telling me where he at, but you don't know where it's at.
So you're saying if we don't know where it's at, that it doesn't exist?
I didn't say that, but you can't follow somebody if you don't know where they at.
What? Do you know where your mother is right now?
No, my mother's passed away.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
No, it's cool. It's cool. Yeah, you ain't know. But no, I'm just saying. But if my mother was here, I know where she at. And if I'm not in her circumference, I'm not following her right now.
Do you know where any of your family members are at?
No. Like I said, I'm in a different state, so I just can't say where somebody is at.
Do you know they exist right now?
Yeah.
How would you know that?
Because I ain't got no news and say they left. and I touched them. I've been to their house. I talked with them.
That's an argument from silence. I'm talking about if are they alive right now?
Yeah, they're alive right now because I have talked to them.
Right now, this second.
Yes.
You talked to them this second?
If not, I can call. If if you ask me say, man, your brother. If your brother alive, well, you know what? Let me check. Let me check. You can't check and see if Jesus in heaven. Check on me and see if he's still up there. Check on him for me. You can't do that. That's what I'm saying.
So where did Jesus live? Can you tell me?
Brother, I don't have a fairy tale. Like Christ comes in the last days, bro. Christ is walking the earth.
Where is Jesus from? Can you tell me?
He's from Louisiana.
Jesus Christ?
I just told you Christ on earth, bro.
Jesus Christ is from Louisiana.
A lot of people know that.
So why does the Bible tell us he's from Nazareth?
That's a parable, bro.
That's not a parable.
So he was
In
born
fact,
in
other people.
So listen. He was born in Bethlehem too, right?
Sure.
So is he from Bethlehem or is he from Nazareth?
He can be from both. There's no problem with that.
So he African American, huh? He from Africa and he in America.
He's never been to Africa or America.
I'm just saying, but that's basically. So Christ like us. He a African and he American. So he a Nazareth and he from Bethlehem.
That's in the same region.
Nazareth and Bethlehem?
Yes, that's in the same region.
Okay, so why I want to say he wasn't born in Nazareth?
You said what?
Why I didn't say he was born in Nazareth?
Because it's in the same nation.
So he from Nazareth but born in Bethlehem.
Yeah, there's no problem with that. It says Jesus Christ of Nazareth.
Well, brother, I'm just like I said, these are parables. I know you're probably not going to accept it, but they are parables, bro.
They're not parables. For example, if you read Luke 24:19, you can see Mary Cleopas. She talks about Jesus saying he is from Nazareth. She says, this Jesus Christ is Nazareth. He is a prophet and he has did many good deeds for God.
He a what?
He's a prophet. That's what it says.
So Christ was a prophet?
I don't have no problem affirming that. Yes.
So
he's more than a prophet, but he is a prophet. There's no problem with that.
Okay. So he just two of everything, huh?
Yeah. Can Jesus be human and God?
He man and woman too then.
That's a contradiction.
Well, he everything. He two of everything else.
That's a contradiction. He can't be a dinosaur and a human at the same time. That's a contradiction. Being God and man at the same time is not a contradiction.
I say he's man and woman too then.
That's a contradiction. But being God and man at the same time is not a contradiction. You know what? It's not logical, you know?
Well, brother, we're not here to take nobody's beliefs away from them, brother. Hold on to them tight. We just trying to here to tell you the truth, the way, and the light. You can accept it or you can reject it, bro.
Wait, do you deny what a contradiction is?
Every man is a walking contradiction.
And where do you hear that?
Because you told me Jesus is in heaven. What part of I say where is heaven? You don't even know where it's at. So you just that's a contradiction in itself.
The Bible tells us that.
And then you say you follow something you never even seen.
God tells us he's in the heavens.
God ain't tell you that. You read that, bro.
God, in the scriptures, it says that is God breathed. So these scriptures that is God breathed, what does it mean to be God breathed? Can you tell me?
Bro.
What does it mean to be God breathed?
Did not tell you that, bro. You read it in a book.
What is God breathed? Can you tell me that?
God, when God breathes, God speaks.
So this is God speaking in scripture?
No, God is not speaking in scripture, bro.
Is scripture infallible?
No, I didn't say that.
It is infallible?
No, your understanding is infallible. It's like right now, if I told you I walked on water, if I told you I healed the blind, you might be looking for something literally. But that's
okay, define your terms. Can you define your terms? What does it mean to be infallible?
It mean to be false.
It doesn't mean to be false?
That's a fairy tale. Fallible is like fairy tale.
Infallible, like free from error. Is it free from every error?
No, because this for one thing, you're dealing with a translation, bro.
So it's not infallible.
The error is the understanding of what's on the paper. That's why Christ had to give the disciples understanding of the scriptures. The disciples couldn't even understand the scriptures.
What scriptures? The Old Testament?
The whole book.
The whole book wasn't compiled until 3 AD. Or not 3 AD, 3rd century. 3rd century AD.
So what book the disciples couldn't understand? What scriptures the disciples couldn't understand? The Bible say the disciples.
The scriptures before them.
What scriptures were before them? The New Testament? So the disciples were walking around with the New Testament?
The Old Testament.
Okay, then. They couldn't understand the scriptures. Christ had to give them understanding. So that's
Where does it say that?
That's allegory for what's going on right now. The scriptures.
Hold up, can you show me that verse? I want to see that.
Get that verse when we say Christ then gave them understanding of the scriptures. I think it's John. It might be Luke.
I got Luke 24.
Yeah, that's it. It's in Luke 24 and 45.
Luke 24, verse 45.
Uh-huh.
He said unto them, this is what I tell you with you. Everything must be fulfilled that is with me in the law of the Moses, the prophets, and Psalms. Then he opened to their minds and said he opened their minds so they could understand the scriptures. He told them, this is what is written, the Messiah will suffer and rise from the dead on the 3rd day, and repentance for the forgiveness of sins will be preached in his name to all nations, beginning at Jerusalem.
Okay. So who opened their understanding so they can understand scriptures?
The Messiah.
Christ. Okay then. So that's what's going on right now. The Messiah is walking the earth, opened up the understanding to those who believe who he is, to give them the understanding of the scriptures. Everybody else don't have the understanding of the scriptures.
How does he open their minds?
Everything is written about who?
I'm sorry?
If you read up, it says what? These are the words which I spake unto you while I was with you, that all things must be fulfilled, which is written in the law of Moses, and in the prophets, and in the Psalms concerning me. So if the scriptures are written about the individual, then of course he know how to talk about them. He know what they is because they're written about him. They're written about the things he are doing. So if the book is written about what Christ's gonna be doing, then what's the best person to give you the truth about the book? Christ.
I don't have no problem with that. What's the problem with that?
What's no problem? That's what I'm saying. Like, but since you didn't let every man be a liar and you didn't wait on the Lord, the Bible tell you to wait on the Lord. And so now your house, your mind is filled up with bread with yeast. You have a lot of false teachers in your mind because you didn't wait on Christ. You believe what man told you. That's the whole meaning of coming to God as a child.
I have a question. What is that Bible in your hand? How did you receive that?
How I receive it?
Yeah, how do we have these scriptures?
I just told you, brother, they were stolen from Ethiopia and translated and put in the form of a book.
Can you prove that they're from Ethiopia originally?
Yeah, it's called the Siege of Magdala.
The Siege of Magdala?
Yeah, look it up.
There's no way you brought this up. Bro, the same battle that the Odros died is not the same battle that was compiled in the Bible. Because we have traditions before that were carbon dated that are before the 19th century.
Brother, Tedros didn't write the scrolls.
Why are you bringing up Magdala?
Tedros didn't write the scrolls. Tedros is the one that compiled most of the writings in his church.
Can you prove that? Because he himself was a son of the command of Dick.
I don't have to prove because it's in history. That's why I'm telling you, look it up. You can look it up.
Okay, can you give me a link? I'm not going to do your homework.
These things, the proof is already in the pudding. You just got to go look it up.
Okay, what should I look up?
The Siege of Magdala and the things they took. They took biblical manuscripts.
How does that correlate that they compiled it though?
Brother, what does it mean by taking biblical manuscripts? What does manuscripts mean?
The manuscripts are the scriptures that were written.
No, but everything is not a manuscript. What does manuscript mean?
There are documents.
They're the original documents, right?
Sure, no, not in every sense. Because we have Greek manuscripts, but they're not the original scripts that the disciples wrote.
Well, the Ethiopia didn't have Greek manuscripts, bro.
We have Greek manuscripts.
But they didn't. The what the British Empire took was not Greek manuscripts.
That's not the original Bible. We don't have the original Bible.
The Bible was never a Bible until it was until the scrolls was stolen. The Bible was written in scrolls. That's why Isaiah
In
is a
scrolls?
Listen, Isaiah is its own scroll. Isaiah don't continue and go to Jeremiah. Jeremiah is his own scroll. They compiled the scrolls and created a book.
The
That's
early
why
church
Bible,
compiled the. Do you know the early church?
brother, Bible means collection of books. It should say collection of scrolls.
Not in every
But
sense, the Bible is the collection of books. Because the
a Bible
collection
is
of
a,
books
that's what
mean,
Bible means, bro.
everything in my backpack right now is a collection of books. That's the Bible?
Yes, you can make your own Bible.
So that's the Bible.
You can make your own Bible. You can collect your own books and make your own Bible.
I'm talking about the same Bible that we're talking about. You're talking about Theodros being compiled.
Listen, the Bible wasn't put together by prophets. The Bible was put together by the people who stole the scrolls.
They're what? They're compiled before.
Listen, the prophets did not put the book together.
I'm not saying the prophets put them together.
Okay, then. So the people who stole the scrolls created the Bible.
That's not true.
Okay. Well, you don't have to. Okay, bro.
What's your evidence to that? I want to see your evidence.
You don't have to believe it, bro.
Do you want to convince me?
No, hell no. What, brother? Like, man, I don't.
Can you
brother,
substantiate on your claim?
I don't convince. I show and I move on.
Okay, can you show me where?
Well, can I show you what?
Show me evidence of this. Substantiate it.
Evidence of what?
Of your claim.
What claim?
This claim. Your claim that these people that stole these manuscripts from Theodros, they're the ones who compiled the Bible. Can you prove this? Can you prove that they compiled it?
Where does King James come from? Africa or England?
England?
So everybody got what? Most people got what? The King James version, right? It's the most widely spread Bible all over the world, right?
Sure.
So if the Bible comes from Africa, why don't have an African man name on it? Why I got King James name on it from England?
You're presupposing that it comes from Africa in the first place.
So where the Bible come from? Where's Israel? Israel in Africa?
No.
Israel not in Africa?
Present-day Israel is not in Africa.
Where is it?
It's in the Middle East.
Well, I think how much time I got? 20 more minutes. I think I'm going to send in about 24 minutes of silence. Bro, this brother said Israel is not in Africa. Get the hell out of here. What is in North Africa?
No, it's in the Middle East.
Where's the Middle East? What continent the Middle East in?
The Middle East is a continent. Or no, actually it's in Asia.
You said the Middle East in Asia. How are you? What you about 1921?
I'm 45.
Hell no, you ain't 45. You're a lie. You ain't. I know you're not 45.
I am.
No, you ain't 45. When your birthday is?
I don't want to say that.
I know, because you're not 45.
I don't want to expose my birthday.
Because you're not 45. If you was 45, you would say your birthday.
Why would I say my birthday?
At least the year.
I know. At least when you was born then.
I won't say it.
All right. So guess what I'm gonna do, brother, man? I think it was good talking to you, brother. But you got a long way to go, bro. Like I said, I was just really, I was trying to kill time with you, brother. But I think, like I said, we've been on here for 24 hours, man. So we kind of coming to the end of our 24-hour broadcast, brother. So
I see.
definitely keep your eyes and ears open, man. You got a lot to learn.
I'll be back though.
Okay, catch me if you can, man. Moving fast. That brother said Israel's in Asia.
Yep. He said I'll be back. Just like all the other ones.
I couldn't talk no more. I said, well, you know what, bro? If you believe that, man, I'm just going,
Yeah.
But that's what people gotta understand. The prophets didn't make a Bible. Jesus didn't make the Bible. The Bible wasn't made by a righteous man of God. The Bible was made by people who stole the ancient scrolls. And they put it together. And they put it together with a false history council. They created a council and they created a false history that goes with the Bible they put together. They collected the books. They stole the scriptures. We didn't steal the scriptures. You know, we don't have the original manuscripts in our hand. Who got the original? The same people where the book come from. You know, and they put King James on it. King James, my name be real. Now I think about this shit. My name be real, man. King James.
King James.
Man. You know, like I say, yeah. These things, y'all, man. These things, y'all. But like I say, man, I'm waiting for this 24 here. 20 more minutes. We really started at like 9:15. But it's all good.
How many minutes is showing on YouTube? Does it show?
I think it do.
That was a good line. We had us a nice 24-hour journey.
I thought it said. I thought it was said, but it don't.
Yeah, TikTok would say it, but that dude came up yesterday and hacked our live in the middle of the night.
Oh, this live cut off?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it did?
Pakistan dude came up. We was trying to get him off, and it wouldn't get off. He was just sitting there like this.
With his camera on?
With his camera on.
Damn.
I said, dang. Couldn't get him off the screen.
Oh, somebody, I say Twitch said. Oh yeah, shit. I'm at 23:36.
23:36, so that's 24 more minutes.
24 more minutes, you know. 23:36, y'all.
Yes, sir.
24.
Accomplished. Man.
It's been a long time coming. Yeah, you know, we get definitely better space. We really gonna do about 72 hours. Well, we gonna hit them hard.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna go out with a bang, y'all. Like I say, we ain't got much longer, man. We ain't got much longer, y'all. You think?
They ain't gonna miss us.
Grace finna abound. Grace is finna abound, y'all. Can they see me? So, we ain't got long, y'all. We ain't got long. Huh? No, I got it. Youngest on the YN. That's one on YN.
That's one of YNs.
Damn YN. Yep, y'all, man. The countdown begins, y'all. The countdown begins.
24 hours later. You got money. They coming at you. For what? Take it.
What, red light?
How much did they hit you for?
Oh, that came.
$35, right? They hit you for 50.
Yeah, y'all know I'm gonna end this with some Mary Jane.
I'm in love with. I'm in love with.
I'm gonna end this with some Mary Jane, man.
With Mary Jane.
She my main thing.
Me
Mm-hmm.
and Josh gonna figure out how to put them in the brownies. Yes, sir. Or some cookies. Some oatmeal raisin cookies, Josh. Them drinks are fire.
Yeah, we definitely finna put that down with some Mary Jane. You got officially 20 minutes. We at 23:40. So we got officially 20 minutes, y'all. Anything y'all want to say? Damn, so the TikTok got cut off. So the only thing that stayed up was
YouTube.
but YouTube not gonna put up the 24 hours.
Yeah.
So I don't know if Twitch keep it that long.
Is that little blue thing that shows up on the screen right there where it shows the screen on it? Is that Twitch? That little box at the bottom in the middle. See that in the middle of the screen?
Nah, that stream, nah.
What is that?
That StreamYard.com. I don't know what that is. Oh yeah, you know, because we using StreamYard. That's how we able to put it on multiple platforms.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't ask him. Yeah. Is that thing ready?
You cut the end off. Yeah, most likely. See how they turn over? See that on the end where your other hand at? Nah, you got a mildew right there? Oh, that's a stick. Oh, all right. Yeah, I cut the end off. You just looking inside. It ain't mildew.
You about to make some juice. Yes, sir.
Yep, y'all, we on the countdown, man.
You don't want to come up? Nobody else want to come up?
Nobody.
You got a festive weekend coming up. You can tell them about Piedmont.
Yeah, we got Piedmont coming up. I wish I could put it on the screen. But yep, y'all, like I said, the Saints been posting it. I got the flyer on my page. You know, I know y'all should have heard about it by now. If you haven't, it's a flyer on my page. We holding it down the end of this weekend, this Saturday coming up. We're gonna be at Piedmont Park out here in the ATL, y'all. So if you want to come out here and kick it with us, and you know, feel the vibe, feel the energy, you know, this will be a great time to do so. We'll be outside, y'all. Catch us outside, man.
Amongst our people getting it in. Daddy.
23:42. 18 more minutes. Boy. It's getting hard, y'all. It's getting hard, man. It's getting hard.
The last couple of minutes. Then do it every time.
I told you, man, it's like waiting on the clock, boy.
You packing up everything ready to go. Ready to go.
Damn, man, we can't hit the clock right now, man. We got 15 more minutes, man. 15 more minutes. This is the thing about YouTube and Twitch. You ain't gotta hide your Mary Jane.
Facebook, YouTube.
Yeah, TikTok Eagle Survival, TikTok. They gonna get you out there.
Nobody's been getting banned lately, though. They just been cutting a stream, limiting the people that see it.
Oh yeah. Well, they got soul control of TikTok now, man. Ever since they did that little show, yeah, they control it to the T.
Yep. I always do that when I can.
Get you some chewies.
Yeah, we gonna make some of them joints, buddy. See, put it, infuse it in the butter. I gotta figure out that part.
It ain't easy, but it ain't hard. It ain't easy.
You put it in the strainer and kind of just dip it down in there, you know?
Cover like you do with tea.
Oh, seep it in there.
Keep it in there.
That makes sense. I think it'd be strong.
Well, y'all, we got 15 more minutes. We got officially 15 more minutes, y'all. Officially 15 more minutes. And we'll be out to here, y'all. Y'all ain't got no excuses, man. The gospel been going for 24 hours, man. Even when your pastor say, I ain't gonna listen, I ain't got time to listen. But pastor, they still alive, pastor. like many people didn't really understand that people was gonna hide from God. And Moses taught us this way back in Genesis when Adam hid from God. From him what? Eat from the forbidden tree. So Moses, again, spoke in parables. So when Adam was hid from the tree, this is what Revelation talking about when the kings in the earth and all the people are going to hide from God. They're going to hide from God's majesty. But if you don't understand Moses' parables, then you simply don't understand God's prophecy. Because Moses wrote prophecy. Moses wrote prophecy. I don't know how loud I can scream that or how many times I need to say it. Moses wrote prophecy. Moses did not write history. That's why Christ said what? Moses wrote about me. And what is Christ? The spirit of prophecy. Because Christ is the one who's going to host the spirit that's going to fulfill the prophecy. The prophets didn't fulfill the prophecy. Moses didn't fulfill the prophecy. Christ going to fulfill the prophecy. That's what made Christ different. Not because he's a superhero or action figure. He just going to fulfill prophecy. Moses didn't come at that time. You know, so that's what makes Christ's story, I would say, a little bit more special. Because that's why it says prophets. Can we get that scripture where it say prophets wish to hear the things you hearing?
Matthew 13 and 17.
Yeah, that knows it, Matthew. Matthew 13 and 17. So again, the prophets ain't gonna be here to, you know. It says, Yeah. So it say, for verily I say unto you, that many prophets and righteous men have desired to see those things which ye see, and have not seen them, and to hear the things which you hear, and have not heard them. So it's showing you like prophets desire to live in these times. So anybody that comes at the appointed time, even the people that's listening to the message, is in a greater place than the people in the book. Because you at the appointed time that they even dreamed to like, that's why when you deal with people like Daniel. Daniel seen the vision. I mean, Daniel was showed the vision. He didn't understand it. He saw it. He didn't understand it. You know, so like I said, you have to understand this stuff was shown to regular men. What make us different? This is the manual of a generation. I mean, the generation of Emmanuel. Because God wasn't going to be with our forefathers because it was already foretold they wasn't going to listen. Now we are the generation that fulfill the commandments. We are the generation that fulfill the law. That's why we got to understand how special we is.
Luke 10:24 too. Okay.
Just to try to show people, you know, people think, you know, I tell you shit, if Jesus coming back, why the prophets ain't? Shit, like, why Moses ain't coming back? You ever ask yourself that? Why Enoch? Enoch walked with God. Enoch didn't die. That's what the Bible say. Enoch didn't die. So why Enoch not coming back? Shit, is the disciples coming back with Jesus? I asked that question. Nobody said nothing. Is Paul, Peter, Mark, Luke, and John coming back? They roll with Jesus. They believed in him. They heal people. Is they coming back? No, God coming back. And those who gonna roll with God, them be the ones to look for. I told y'all, Jesus don't control God. Jesus does not control God. We just here to tell you the truth, y'all. We're here to tell you the truth, man. But what we got? What the countdown is? What the countdown is? What the countdown?
3 on mine, but you got a different time.
Yeah, I'm at 23:51, so I got 9 more minutes, 8 more minutes, 23:52. 8 more minutes.
Countdown is full of fat.
Eight more minutes. Yeah, man, we got people think, you know, they controlling, Christ control God, and Christ got all the power. And that's why we disrespect one another. That's why we don't believe in one another, because we really don't believe God got power. People didn't believe in Moses because they believed the power that God gave Moses. They didn't believe in Jesus because they didn't believe in the power that God gave Jesus. So since we don't believe in God, we don't believe in one another. So we follow status. We follow lies. We don't follow the pure truth. Because what? You don't follow God. You trying to follow Jesus, but then find God. Jesus revealed himself and God at the same time. Like Clinton said, how you like those apples?
Sir.
How you like those apples? So that's what's going on, y'all. Christ reveals himself, y'all. Christ revealed himself and Christ revealed God at the same time. You know, at the same time. And like I say, because we have this concept of idol worship. Well, again, we don't worship God, so we can't follow God because we worship the creature. And that's what the scriptures say. They have took the lie. I took the truth and turned it into a lie and made you worship what? The creature. Christ is the creature. God is the creator. We got to start saying that, most saints. We got to start saying that, most saints. Christ is the creature. God is the creator. Christ didn't create God. God created Christ. We have to start saying it because that's what people have done. People literally have worshiped Jesus way more than God. Jesus is you hear Jesus way more than God. See what I'm saying? We hear Jesus way more than God, y'all. Way more than God. See what I'm saying? We hear Jesus way more than God, y'all. Jesus is spoken on a whole nother level, man. We hear Jesus way more than God. That's why we say he got new names. I remember somebody saying, yeah, he gonna change his name. He ain't gonna have the same name when he come back. That's what somebody told us after we read that verse to him. I said, boy, y'all find something to say. Y'all find anything to say. That's when people find anything to say. Well, he's not gonna come back in Jesus' name. He's gonna come back in the name that nobody knows. That's why that scripture say that.
A glorified name.
Yeah. His name wasn't glorified at first. It wasn't glorified at first.
Yeah.
Jesus wasn't good enough. God messed up with those alphabets. God said, I'm gonna change my mind. I should have thought of something better. Y'all wild, man. Y'all some wild people, boy. That's why we gotta ride these donkeys right on in Jerusalem, y'all. We gotta ride these donkeys, man. You know anything about riding a donkey, y'all? It ain't easy. All right, y'all. I'm officially. I got 4 more minutes. 4 more minutes, y'all. Put them foes up for the south side.
Drop them foes.
Put them foes up for the south side. Well, yeah, man, we coming to an end, y'all. 24 hours, y'all. 24 hours.
Yeah.
And I'm mad now. I really don't have the footage. Because I know don't have it. Like I said, YouTube don't. They only post 12 hours.
So TikTok didn't do that? How much do they do?
But I'm saying, y'all say y'all cut it in half.
Well, we went right back in. So we should have two sessions, right?
Yeah, it's 2 sessions. But we have to put it together.
Okay.
Yeah, we have to put it together. But unless Twitch, I don't know. I don't really know how Twitch works. I don't know if Twitch saved the whole 24 hours or not.
The best guess, the 24 hours was the 21-year-old, Raheem.
Raheem?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the one that was that's the one that was talking to me when I got off and switched with y'all. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. You had him.
He got good. He got good hair on his shoulder, man. He just, sometimes when you walking on that much eggshells, the child like one thing about a child not gonna worry about the stove hot until it burning. That's what the childlike mind is. A lot of people know the stove is hot, so they don't even want to touch it. Yep. That means you don't have that childlike mind. And when you have, again, that's what information do. So information take that childlike mind away to where you really ain't gonna really touch this because you feel it's hot. That's your adult mind. a child gotta get burnt by it first. So until the truth burn you, let it heal you. But again, having a child like mine, y'all, is one of the hardest things to do right now in the age of information, man. That's why they call it the age of information. Everybody is full grown when it comes to information. Why you look to talk to your kids? They know every damn thing. Information. Then they feel, yeah, you can't tell them nothing. They know everything. Age of information. They watch TV. They seen this. Like this take TV away. People wouldn't act like they know everything. But how you going? But that's the human nature though, because the brain has received information. So it's like the brain like shit. What you going? I'm full. You ever try to upload a computer? What happened to it? It crashed. So most people kids like, come on, I can't. I got too much in my mind. I can't hear. They can't upload what you saying. They can't put what you saying in their mind. Because why? They got so much. Especially now they got phones. Man, you know, so kids, you know. But to understand life, you'll be taking that shit away. That's why my family called me, because I was going to take phones, TV. My child won't see none of that. I'm crazy. You know, I said, well, you know, I'm crazy. Well, I'm going to have to be crazy because I know what I know. You know, I know what I know. You know, so yeah, y'all, man, I just, again, you know, receiving information is very, 24, y'all, 24.
Yeah. We did it. The Goose Kingdom, we did it.
24. 24/7, y'all. Well, I think that's going to end the broadcast, y'all. I know I don't really have too much. I know the phone should be hot. Everything should be hot. But we've been rolling, y'all, so we definitely going to take a break. So to all those that did hold in with us and, you know, take that long journey with us, salute. Appreciate the support. You know, the energy is definitely needed. You know, salute. And on that note, y'all, as always, I hope the Father has circumcised. You might get K down here because I don't know how to get out of this. I don't even know how to get out of this, y'all. So, but in the meantime, I hope the Father has circumcised y'all hearts and ears for the message. You know, y'all heard it from different people, as you always get to hear from different people. And that's the best thing about this truth. You know, you just don't have to have me. You know, you can hear this from other people. And it verifies, you know, the power and the spirit and the anointment of God. Because we don't host classes. Like, we don't have class to teach people to say. People think like some people say, man, how much y'all Jew paying you? I don't pay people to speak this, man. I don't. Y'all, this is really a divine will of God as the scriptures is written. This is the Acts. When you open the book of Acts, you're reading about what you're seeing. You're not reading about something that happened. You're reading about what you're seeing. You know, so like I say, like I always say, that's why I say, I hope the Father has circumcised your hearts and ears for the message, you know. All right. We out of here, y'all. We out of here.
Yes. Did the damn thing. Yeah.